Infinite problems. Okay, moment of truth. All 3 streams live at once. We have no vertical YouTube stream. Huzzah. I think we're good. Okay. Type shit, type as, shit type. Let's go. Wowee, contained animosity. Good to see you, my friend. How you doing today? We are live on YouTube. Let me grab that chat. Bam, 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 bam. We gotta grab that chat. I gotta pull up the order for the day. Hello, Alec Man. Hello, Mana Cooler. Yeah, so TikTok is running. Important note. Important note. We finally got the TikTok stream live without breaking all the other streams. What we had to turn off is we had to turn off the vertical YouTube stream. So I am going to be not necessarily running a test, but I am going to be paying closer attention to the analytics, because what I need to find out is the TikTok stream or the vertical YouTube stream more valuable from a discoverability standpoint. So if you are in the TikTok stream and you would like me to keep streaming on TikTok because you want to see the deck roast content on TikTok, be active. I don't know, either be active or come to Twitch so that I can see the views inflate there. I have to see some metric that makes, because the TikTok like the TikTok Go Live software is a piece of shit. It does not work. It continually breaks the rest of my stream. But like all things, if it wasn't doing that, I want to be live at as many places as I can. So if I see a reason to keep going live on TikTok, I will keep doing so. But I do need to see that reason. Boss, I'm trapped at work, but if I could say trans rights, no further questions. You got it, trans rights indeed. Hello, Jarther. Hello, Autumn Breeze. Hello, Dark. How did the Lego Legends stream go yesterday? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, League of Legends. Number 1, my Ezreal's clean as fuck. Number 2, we lost almost every game. It was rough. We won the last game. I want to stream League more, but I'm not big enough in the League community for it to be financially reasonable. So League is competing with all the other fun stuff. Hello, weren't the roasts supposed to be tomorrow? I knew this was going to happen, Sage. Hold on. Talk to me, Sage. Talk to me about it. Boss, I copied my friend's Bant Peter Parker deck to dissect it and figure out why it's Feast and Famine. Man has like 10 Blink cards and a Kang for some reason. LMAO. It's because of what happens when it's Feast. Lack of an easily accessible stream key on TikTok is the worst. Yeah, this would all be solved if TikTok gave me a stream key and I could go live on TikTok through OBS, but I cannot because they are spyware, and so they only have their specific software, which like overloads my graphics card. Intario, I'm glad your face is feeling better. Son, thank you for coming by the stream. Maul, we can't read, you know this. I know you can't read, which is why like 5 times I said, you guys, all the roasts are happening a day earlier. You guys, we do not have Sunday or Wednesday roasts. We have Tuesday and Saturday roasts. You guys, we have my birthday tomorrow, and I'm not doing roasts on my birthday, so we have to do the roasts on a different day than normal. So they are happening on Tuesday. Oh, Snappy's finally turning 40? All right, we're killing the TikTok stream. I'm turning 31, you piece of shit. Okay, but what the fuck is a day anyway? So true. Personal question from Wayward Times. Your most wanted change in League. I would like Mel to be removed from the game. That's it. That's it. I got a lot of requests. I got a lot of requests. I got a lot of asks of the big man upstairs and or downstairs, depending on who will listen to me. Mel removed is the #1 request. Oh, Johar, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Do live deck roasts only come out on Sundays? Yes. If those are being set for sale, those are only being set for sale on Sunday. Last week I did the Hobbit pre-release and got a Gleaming Splendor. Do you think it's worth adding to the Killian deck even though it's ramp and the deck is no ramp? No, I think Gleaming Splendor is a bad card. I think that is a meta bias on my portion because when I play, and I play primarily in fixed pods with people I already know and with people at conventions. I do not have an LGS that I go to play regularly. I do not play in random online pods. So in the pods I have played in, this card is bad, which I know is a weird thing. And I know the people I play with deserve to be clowned for it. But like, I'm the blue player, and the people I play with don't run good card draw packages. So in my mind, Fairy Mastermind and Gleaming Splendor are likely to never trigger over the course of a Commander game. If your local meta is different, play the card. Silver Gravity, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. 31, that's just about as much hair as you have on your head. Very hurtful, but thank you for the $1. It is also card draw for me though. It's $3 a card. So this is good card draw if you are a control deck. If you are a deck that wants to hold up a ton of mana to cast something at instant speed or do something else on someone else's end step, great card. But if you are planning to like tap out on your turn, terrible, bad, no good card. What's up, Stellar? I've seen the astounding Gleaming Splendor performance on the Hobbit episode of Decked Out, Kappa. Exactly. This is going to settle around the same price as Tithe IMO. Now, I disagree. Tithe is infinitely better than this card. Infinite mana outlet? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Infinite mana outlet. You fucking rat. Good fucking god. Alright, we're going to the manual ad break. Hey, Fairy Mastermind is used as a CEDH win con, and this is why CEDH players are bad at Magic. This is actually a legendary dragon synergy card because it has a legendary dragon in the art. That's it. You know what? That's the best angle I've heard for this card. All right, so the order of roasties for today. We have not Twitter Rowan. We have EDH player, who I've already seen. We have Terrence. We have Pi, and we have Sage Force. There was also a mystery person who bought a roast but did not fill out the form, I think, and so we will be looking for them as well. Let me go check my payments and orders page and see if I can find whoever this is. Ah, it's Lulu. That's who. Lulu, who did fill out the form, and I misattributed you to Sunday and not, or Saturday and not Tuesday. It feels closer to monologue tax, so probably settling closer to $15. It's way better than monologue tax. I think it is somewhere in between monologue tax and smothering type. I think Fairy Mastermind is a really, really good comparison point. Like any pod that Fairy Mastermind is good in, Gleaming Splendor will be good in. It doesn't have flash, but the card draw mode is cheaper and does not give your friends as many cards. Um, so I would say I could see it being like a $15 card. A $40 card is crack smoking. Paul Lewis, hey, so I'm a new Magic player. My friend got me into playing Commander. I have 2 precons, but my question is, what is the best way to build a collection? You are asking the wrong motherfucker, because for me, you're going to want to buy the Hewlett-Packard set. This is a primary way I've developed my collection. The real answer, buy cards you think are pretty. That's it. I would never buy a Magic card on the basis of this card is effective and useful. I think that is the quickest way to develop an unhealthy relationship with the game. I think the card you should buy, I think it looks very dope, and I would like to hold it in my hands, magpie style. If I buy it for its value, does that count? That is extra wrong. That is the wrongest thing you could ever do. Boss, I have a new favorite card in Maester Seymour, and I am now amazed. The elf is 36 cents. Well, yeah, he's like a hyper specific. You're amazed the hyper specific synergy card is cheap? What? Talon, thank you for the 10 streams in a row. All right, so we're looking for Lulu, who we've seen, Stage Force, who we've seen, Terrence, who we've seen, EDH player, who we've seen. We still need Pi, and we need not Twitter Rowan. Is that correct? Please sound off if you are here. The best way to build a collection is to find as many copies of Wizardrix as you can. Pie of Death is here. Beautiful. True. This, yes. Not Twitter Rowan is also here. Beautiful. If you got to pick a single Universes Beyond set for next year, me personally, I want Full Metal Alchemist. My answer is always Bleach. HP printers are good, but their subscription model for the ink is the worst scam since Donald Trump discovered he could fleece his followers for everything he can. I think the idea that the HP printer ink scam is even in the same galaxy as the Donald Trump scam is ridiculous. Like, how much money spent on, like, this is on the Trump phone. This is a fully fake phone that nobody has ever received a phone. Nobody has ever received a refund, and they've stopped giving out information about what's like happening with the phone. This is like, and this is a deposit to buy the phone. He got $59 million in fake deposits. People did get phones. Holy shit. HP might have beaten him then. HP might actually get him then. But they are old Chinese rebrand. Never mind. Okay, it looks like June 17th, people got their first phone. Yeah, so I don't know how much of, like, how much... Let's do some by the numbers comparisons. Holy shit, never mind. HP beat Donald Trump. HP beat Donald Trump. That's my bad. That's my fault. 150 million in inks. Okay, it's 150 million in inks versus $59 million in phones. That, I think when we begin to tally up the rest, you actually begin to go band for band. I'm scared. I don't think our country is surviving. Like, we might be gone by 2030. I mean, America as we know it, yeah. Like, the country is not going to dissolve, but we will turn into, like, well, we're already Russia, right? We were already trending towards oligarchy pretty aggressively, and now we are even an even more established oligarchy. Like, I will for once not use this as a soapbox to just dunk on anybody right wing. But if your problem with government, if your problem with the government the decade ago was that big money and shadow money owned too much of our government operations, that problem is worse now. We don't have to talk about any of the numerous, we should, but we don't have to talk about any of the numerous human rights issues. We don't have to talk about any of the like rule of law, constitution problem stuff. But if you thought rich people had too much control over our government 10 to 20 years ago, they have more control now. And that's going to keep fucking us until they have less control. I think the pendulum may swing to the left, crazy with how these special elections are going. So the thing that's going to help the pendulum swing to the left is watching people like Zohran Mamdani in action. Zohran Mamdani, his approval rate is like almost 70% or something. It's not that high. It's in the 60s. It's in the 60s. 69%. Nice. 69%. And he's like, his approval is just going straight up. And most of the opinions from New Yorkers are like, oh my God, he's actually doing it. Oh my God, he's actually working pretty hard to make the city better. So we are seeing, I don't know if mayor of New York is exactly like grassroots level, but we are seeing a rise in politicians who I'm not going to go so far as to say are truly for the people, because I do not know Zohran Mamdani's mind, but do way more, like do actually do the work that they say they're going to do. And there will be growing pendulum swings because of that. And like his approval has gone up from the first 100 days. Obviously, basically every Republican hates him. Count Binface is the only politician I trust. Hell yeah. Titan Castles, thank you for the random smasher pass. That is a cave, so we're going to pass. Or we're going to redo it. Oh, hard pass. Hard anti-smash. Smash with a shoe, with a hammer, with Discord metal pipe noises. Dirty, thank you for the 3 streams in a row. Welcome back to the dog park. Are the cute Eldrazi cards a real thing? Are you talking about the cute to brute secret lair? Did those have any Eldrazi in, or was that like a mutate thing? I don't see Eldrazi in here. Ulek. That looks like a custom to me, but it might not be. I have no idea. Respectfully, I don't know. What do you think of the new D&D Universes Beyond? Have not seen it. That is what I think about it. For a far-left European like me, it gives me weird feelings. On the one hand, I'm all for the end of the US empire and their sphere of influence. On the other hand, I don't wish ill on the US populace, Smalltown, and I don't know if we can have the former without the latter. What do you think? We definitely can't have the... Well, okay, here's the weird thing. You have to consider if you are alright with the setup in the Matrix, because what is currently being done to the US population is the US population is being made stupider and stupider and stupider with each generation. Our media literacy and just strict literacy is getting worse and worse. And every upcoming generation is being taught to accept a lower and lower standard of life. So ill is going to come to the US populace, and the moral question you have to consider in your heart is how much does it matter if they don't know the difference? Because like most Republicans under Trump, our quality of life is getting worse and is going to continually get worse and worse and worse, but they have somebody to be mad at. They have news organizations who are telling them that they're getting wins. And the fact that their food is getting less healthy, their water is getting dirtier, their air is getting less safe to breathe, and their children are getting stupider don't matter to them because they are winning. Yeah, eating the shit sandwich to own the lib. And so it depends on how much sympathy you want to extend to a person whose life is bad, but they don't know it or accept it. Because we're still going to have people with high qualities of life. Plenty of people in countries that are not the US have a super high quality of life. I think that quality of life is still going to be attainable. I think maybe the most like morally vacant way to phrase this is there's a lot of right-wingers who like my content. There's a lot of right-wingers who like my content because I am a big, angry white guy. And so they see me on the internet, they see me yelling about, a game they engage in as a hobby, and they're like, one of us, that's my guy. So like, if they have a terrible life, but they make me rich with their attention, I will still be able to have a good life, even if the US falls out of its sphere of influence. The fact that the US will no longer be in a big sphere of influence will not hold me back from having a higher quality of life, because at the end of the day, money is still the dominating factor for that type of thing. So it's yes and. Like, things are going to get worse. Things are going to get worse, but that doesn't mean that the country is going to like crumble into dust and everyone's going to die of tuberculosis. How can conservatives like you? You're fruity as hell. Yes, but consider there are openly gay Republicans. Like, I think 20 years ago, the fact that I make a bunch of jokes about taking it up the butt from male commanders would have made it impossible for conservatives to like me. But the now the dialogue around conservatism has shifted way more to like trans people and immigration. And so they're like, "Oh yeah, he's a little fruity, but that's fine." As a right winger, I can assure you, no one is watching you just because you're a white male, Mauled. So that is different than the thing I said. I do not believe they watch me and then keep watching me just because I am a white male. I think I am given more of a chance than many other entertainers are given because I look like the archetypal white male. I am a balding 30-something-year-old man who is very loud and gets attention from people. After that, it's my comedy. But I've interacted with a ton of you guys. I've had a ton of people who are like, "Oh, I'm a conservative and I just wish Mauled would shut his mouth about insert social issue, whatever." And those conversations always start with like, "Thought you were cool at the beginning, man." So maybe it's not the case with you. Maybe you did not, actually, you super did not consciously see me and decide, I'm going to give him a chance because he's a white man. It's all these like these background context clues that make you 5%, 10%, 20% more open to listening to me speak in the first place. Like if I opened all my videos, PeachD, since you're here, if I opened all my videos in a fursuit, fewer right-wingers would watch my content to begin with. Apparently more military people would watch my content, though. If if the way that I dressed or presented myself had more of an overlap with transgender people, fewer right-wingers would watch my stuff. They wouldn't explicitly go, "Oh, I don't watch jokes from trans people." But they would just like swipe immediately because they would clock like, this is somebody I don't like. Or this is somebody that makes me uncomfortable. Versus the way I present myself, like the nails will tick some people off. But for the vast majority of my stuff, the way that I present myself, a lot of right-wingers go like, one of us, one of the good ones. And then I make jokes and then you laugh because like some of my I do love making political jokes, but most of my jokes not very political. I throw in maybe one political joke every like 10 to 20 other jokes. And so after that, it's just all the other jokes. You're like, "Ha, now I'm in." Right? You don't get to the end of the video and then you're like, "Well, this video was mid, but he's white, so I guess I'll like it anyway." I'm talking more about the like when you're doom scrolling, the immediate lock-in. You have painted nails? I didn't notice. Dude, anytime somebody thinks I'm not funny, the first thing they say is, like I would trust the opinion of somebody who paints their nails. Ugh. It's very, very funny to me. What nail polish do you use, by the way? Whatever nail polish the person at the salon uses. I do not do these motherfuckers myself. I'm even like, these two are only on because they haven't peeled off yet. I'm taking a break to let the like, because I've had my nails done continuously for the last like year and a half. So I'm waiting. Hold on. I don't know if I can make this big enough for y'all to see, but we're gonna try. The light's not really there for it. There's the like top half of my nail is really thin right now because it's been ground down over and over for them to remove the previous polish and put new polish on. If I met the John Maldhound at a Magic event, is it acceptable for me to ask for a photo and handshake? 100% absolutely. And I find it incredulous. I find it incredulous that you could go to a Magic event as somebody in my position and not be open to the question. I reserve the right to tell you, hey, I'm on the way to something. I'm really busy right now. Or like, I just shat myself. I'm really tired right now. I'm not feeling it. But like, a thing to understand about a convention is I'm there working. And the work I'm trying to do there is meet, hang out, and have a good time with you all. It doesn't matter whether or not they paid me to go. It doesn't. It doesn't matter what I tell myself about why I'm there. I am going there as a public enough figure that that to me is like part of the description. Yeah, sorry, I can't take a photo right now. I'm just shat and pissed. If you're there to work, does it count as a business expense? You bet your sweet ass. There's a little bit of it's not all a business expense like for because there's some conventions where I stay like a week after the convention, or not even a full week, but like a few days after the convention for a vacation. If I'm not doing any work on those extra days, the extra days are not a business expense. But like going to the convention, I'm like going there to do a meet and greet. I'm going there to participate in events. I'm going there to like maybe make a video about being at the convention. Like, yes, that is a business expense for sure. Would you ever consider playing a mono green deck? Yes, we built a 15-minute Radagast deck, and it was super fucking evil, and I will be playing it. What's the next furry event you'll be at? MagicCon Atlanta. Boss, it feels weird. It's been a week since The Hobbit, and Wizards has not spoiled anything else. Is this what a non-constant hype cycle feels like? I know. I'm getting very, very afraid. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen, man, but I have trust in this family. Maul had a Toski deck years ago, right? I had a Toski Brawl deck. Do you plan on going to a convention near New England? Just curious. Not unless I come into the possession of a bomb. What is a funny 5-color commander you would recommend to play? I would not recommend any 5-color commanders other than Niv Mizzet Guild Pact. Give me Flava Flav Niv Mizzet or give me a 3-color commander. Flare does things. It is not. I forgot about that specific instance, but blowing things up is always funny on the internet in my mind. It is less funny now that I remember that specific context, and I would like to apologize. I'd recommend any 5-color commander that doesn't have blue or black. Fuck you. Did I see a question in Dear Maldhound? No, but I'm checking right now. Oh, yeah, I'll publish it after this stream, but the stream schedule is tomorrow. Tomorrow, I don't know what we're doing. We're going to do a birthday stream, so I'm probably going to stream something that's just more of like a mess around, but I'm not 100% what it is. Hey Maul, do you think there's going to be a legendary creature that interacts with Prepare so that the mechanic has its own commander? At some point, yeah. At some point, they're going to come back and spin the block on that. I just don't know when. Push-up challenge stream. Oh my lord. Sphinx ambassadors for sure, Lulu. Okay, is there anything else I'm missing? You for ranked League of Legends 50 push-ups, Maul can do 1. Well, okay, so I can do a couple push-ups. The problem right now is I have loser bitch shoulderitis. I believe that is the official disease for it. This shoulder, loser bitch shoulderitis. I've had it. It was a problem during my last year of high level rowing, and it's been a problem ever since. And I am like beginning to make some headway where I have finally found some chest exercises I can do that actually train my chest and strengthen my scapula without totally fucking the shoulder. But if I do push-ups, like if I were to do a push-ups workout, I would probably do a few sets of like 20 push-ups. That would tire me out. That would be difficult enough for me right now. And then later that day, I would have a like crippling, I don't want to say migraine, but I would have like a crippling headache because my shoulder, when it's unstable, my like trap and serratus muscles get so tight that it makes my neck clamp up, and then my head hurts so bad that I like can't speak, can't think. And so recently, being able to do, I'm able to do knee push-ups. I can do like sets of 5 to 10 knee push-ups, and that will make my shoulder tired but not explode. And so I'm trying to build up my shoulder strength again by doing those. Spinal issue? Yes. Do you play other card games? I've recently been burnt out of Magic and started playing One Piece for my competitive itch. Number 1, I'm sorry you're playing One Piece. Number 2, yes, Riftbound. Riftbound kicks the shit out of 1v1. No questions asked. I love playing Riftbound. Riftbound is the only 1v1 competitive game I have ever had a good time losing in. Maul, have you ever used an Indian club for shoulder PT and rotator cuff strengthening? I feel like I'm being baited. Sometimes Mavic, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. Oh, you know, I have used one of these. It was pretty it was pretty decent. Do you have any tips for staying on the wagon with stretching and exercises at home? I loved going to the gym with my bro when I was employed, but being home alone, I've struggled keeping up regularly. You gotta embrace mediocrity. One thing that has helped me a lot is I see a lot of people on my Instagram feed who are like fat, out of shape guys who have gotten into kind of shape by just doing like push ups and squats at home. So, like, an important thing to remember is these will not make you a bodybuilder, but you can reach the top 10% of athleticism by just doing like, I'm gonna do 15 minutes of push-ups and squats. I'm gonna do as many push-ups and squats as I can in 15 minutes. That is a good enough workout. Like if you did a year of 6 days a week, you spent 15 minutes doing as many push-ups and squats as you could, and that was all you did, and then you spend like 3 minutes stretching whatever felt tight after you did that, you would be like low-key unrecognizable by the end of that year. That is how little it takes. 15 minutes each? No, total. Like 15-minute timer. You do push-ups until you can't do push-ups anymore. You do air squats. And then when you can do push-ups again, you do push-ups until you can't do anymore. And then you do air squats until you're ready to do push-ups again. And then you just do that for 15 minutes. Okay, EDH player not back for 2 hours. We can handle that. Drag egg, I did not. I'm scrolling back up. Drag egg, that shit is too far back. I'm gonna need you to repost that. Oh wait, hold on. Boss man, I'm having a hard time picking the next deck roast as I feel like none of my other decks are as silly as the previous two. What do I do? You can not buy a roast, man. It's okay. It's gonna be alright. You can wait, see if you win the free one. If they're not silly decks, you know, you can buy a review if you still want them to do well. Oh, you already paid me though. You are never getting your fucking money back. Well, it's Grizz. No, I'm not. I just answered Ariamis's question. What the fuck are you talking about? AFG, that's actually that's a good idea about in-universe Jaws reprint and Noctis. I feel like low odds, but I do like the idea. Lulu, I feel like it would work fine. You just probably wouldn't make a YouTube video. Golf me, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Maul, how many EDH decks do you have active at a time? 2 or 3. That's it. Very, very, very few. Vanishingly few. For me to like have a deck in my active rotation, it has to make me incredibly happy. It has to make me so fucking happy. I have to be able to play it. Like, I have to be able to play the deck 10 times over a weekend, lose every game, and enjoy 7 of them for a deck to stay in the rotation. White bread, totally hypothetically, theory crafting even. But would a $500 deck roast be a good birthday gift tomorrow, or would you have a better time doing whatever fuck around thing you do? Hey, white bread, you looking kind of like my grandma, the way I expect money in the mail out of you. You looking a little bit, can I call you Meemaw, white bread? Is that gonna make you feel weird? How you doing, white bread? I love those apple pies you baked for me when I was younger. Grandpapa Loaf is acceptable. All right, people. Austin, yeah, we're also streaming on Twitch. We're also streaming on YouTube. What happens if multiple people submit $500 deck review requests on your birthday? Then we are just, it's probably going to be a lot of me doing deck roast, but for lots and lots of money, which would be a very cool thing to do on my birthday. Funniest thing you can do with the Hada Binder of Wills. I'm going to say shit yourself at the table, loudly yell sorry, and then run away. Okay, not Twitter Rowan. Are you here and alert? Let's get into these deck roasts. Vine Boom whiffed? Fuck, I didn't Vine Boom. That was me pressing the clip button, you stupid son of a bitch. Banned. Banned for assuming you knew what bit I was doing. There's your Vine Boom, you fucking child. Weird question. My friend keeps running an Atali Primal Conqueror deck, and I need help dealing with it. Any commander suggestions? So the way you beat Atali Primal Conqueror is not by trying to actually fight the commander. What you need to fight is Llanowar Elves. Atali Primal Conqueror is built off the back of ramping very, very quickly. You don't need a commander. You need a lightning bolt. If they're doing land ramp, you need a counterspell. You counterspell the Atali player's Cultivate in bracket 2, or they're like Orcish Lumberjack in bracket 3, you have beaten Atali. But guess what? You cannot beat the 30-foot tall dinosaur in a fair fight. You must defeat them fiscally. Because if they can still beat you by land dropping into Atali, that is your fault. That is your fault, brother. Okay, with no more ado, Not Twitter Rowan has sent in a silly comma spooky deck. My dream is to send lots of tokens everywhere with lots of auras. Show me 3-dog. That's what I'm talking about, my man. Okay. So we said, and I do sometimes, guys, sometimes the visual comedy I get on the back end is better than any comedy you guys get on the front end. Because what the roasties are allowed to submit is one column that says, do you want help? And then another column that allows you to elaborate on the help you want. So they sent in an auras deck, and their complaint is, I can't do it. It doesn't work. And their first sentence, I'm pretty content. I'm shitting my, you know what? We don't really make it to the toilet before the Duke comes out, but I'm pretty happy with my poop situation right now. So, allegedly, our issue is that we need better ramp, we need better card draw, we need better interaction. Okay, that'll do it. That's pretty hot. We have Jimmy Kimmel got his first radio job at KROQ Crocked and cursed us all. I love Alexia. I love the idea that Jimmy Kimmel has the sexual vibrancy of Alexios. That is honestly better comedy than anything else we're going to get going today. Kevin and Bean's Cast of Idiots. Okay. These are very good cards. Yeah, these are very, very potent cards. I like basically everything you're doing here. Tanner D, that is incredibly kind. Thank you very much. So we're double striking. We're making more guys. Oh, we're recurring our guys. We are making an underdog baseball team. Hi, baby. We leave it open. Oh yeah, we got a playtest. Right, we got a playtest. Okay, we have 2 basic mountains, but you have Talisman of Conviction. All right, beautiful. So we go land pass. We go, oh, oh. Okay, Loyal Apprentice doesn't matter unless we have 3 dogs. So I'm going to Talisman of Conviction. I'm going to drop a Terramorphic Expanse to get this Plains. Number 1, I just want to say, here is your fucking ramp problem. If you are in 2 colors, at no point should you ever be in a... Like, this is way more granular than I want to get. If you run Terramorphic Expanse in a 2-color deck and you're not doing landfall, you are a dumbass. I love you. You might just be ignorant. But there is never any reason to run a land that enters tapped or run a land that sacrifices to enter tapped in a 2-color deck. So let's thin the deck a little bit. We don't play our commander. I'll play Loyal Apprentice. We will 3-dog on him. So right now, we're in a pretty positive situation. We have token makers. We have 2 of the scariest enchantments in the world. So we want to hold these back. I can either SRAM and be really greedy, or I can Cartouche to start making it happen. I think I SRAM because I'm a greedy bitch. And I get to make 1 Thopter. So, like, at this point, removal should be coming at us. If removal is not coming at us, you are going to win the game, and your pod mates are a bunch of dumbasses. All right, so I would just like to re-examine the sentence. I'm pretty content with my aura situation. We're gonna really hone in on this because this is your aura situation. What if I had some 2/3 flyers? It's just interesting to me. It's just interesting. Angel synergy. That's very true, Terrence. I like these 2. I was even kind of rocking with Cartouche of Solidarity. But Call to Serve is insane cope. Like, because importantly, here's what Call to Serve does. Call to Serve tells people, you cannot block my shit. You must deal with me. And also, I don't have blockers because I'm swinging everything. You're going to tell people, I have a very aggressive board that you can only deal with via board wiping, and also hit me. So auras like this, very, very bad. I tried to put in a mix of cheap auras and huge ones. Okay, yes, but like you did find all that glitters, so we know that cheap is not necessarily bad. Right? Like you might have to grocery shop on a budget. That means you don't... I was going to make a McDonald's joke, but McDonald's is not even budget anymore. It is... I'm going to just tell you flatly, low damage evasive auras are the worst thing you can ever play in this deck. The stuff you want to play in this deck is stuff that will make you blockers, stuff that will draw you cards, or stuff that will just straight out kill a man. Those are your 3 options. If it doesn't do one of those 3 things, it does not qualify as a good cheap aura. So we're going to draw this instead. We play a land. We got 6 mana to play with. We have no card draw. Fuck me running. Oh, wait, we'll have this for card draw. So we are going to Cartouche. We will draw a card. We will Anox Strike Leader. We will... All that glitters. Table should be freaking out right now. Fuck them. Go to combat. We're going to swing. We're attacking with our commander. We're going to swing these 2. So they're not flying, but we get 3 more 1/1s from Anox Strike Leader. Oh, I have to do Ethereal Armor because I don't have the right amount of mana up for 3-dog. So I'm going to pay 2 And it's probably an ethereal armor angle, where I sack ethereal armor and make 5 of them, all on these guys. Fortuna the Tuna, thank you for the 20 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. No SRAM draw, because this is only on cast. It is not on enchantment ETB. But we do have one. Is this only each enchantment? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have a bunch of 7/7 tokens. That's pretty good. And then all the glitters we win. All the glitters we win. So like the deck can definitely function. We only need 1 or 2 token makers. And then, you know, card draw engines are good. But we're not really in it for the long haul. We're kind of in it to find an all that glitters or an ethereal armor situation, and then just hope to God we don't get board wiped. Our big problem, if we get board wiped, we don't have any card draw. This guy's not card draw. This guy's not card draw. This guy's not card draw. Yeah, we have no draw. We have a little bit of recursion, but this is enchantment specific recursion. I don't even think we need enchantment specific recursion. I think what you need is more Sun Titan-esque effects, because my worry in this deck is not I don't have enough auras. 3-Dog will make any damaging aura into a nuclear bomb. My worry in this deck is I have lost Loyal Apprentice. Like, I played Loyal Apprentice, and somebody went Lightning Bolt. Somebody went Pyrohemia. Like, somebody just collateraled my fucking board. Then I'm out of the game. Let's see what we got. Yeah, all these token makers and card draw things are good. Kevin and Bean's Last Christmas. This is a wildly... You are an idiot. No. Stop doing this just because you're in red. There's so many... There are so many things we could just play that I think would be one-sided here that we have chosen not to. I would cut Blast Act immediately because it is going to kill all of your creatures. Yeah, Winds of Abandon. That even sounds like a song that might be played on the radio. Listeners calling in. Okay, big token makers. I think these are all fine. I like that this is protection. This can make you a lot on somebody else's turn. Yeah, hot, dope. Music to be murdered by. Okay, let's examine your assertion that I'm pretty content with my aura situation. Great. Draws a card. Great. Worst fucking card I've seen in my life. Makes a body. Okay. That's very Winmore. I'll give it like a 4 out of 10. But if it works, sure. Incredibly amazing and hot. Terrible dog shit. Terrible dog shit. Okay, so let's play a game, okay? I'm gonna put you in a saw trap. You are inside a room. You have a gun with 1 bullet in it. Inside the room are 3 men, each holding a magic card. You told me your problem was what? Ramp, card draw, and removal. But not any of your auras. So it's 4 men. You have to kill the man holding the worst magic card. The magic cards they are holding are Arcane Signet, Swords to Plowshares, SRAM, and Emblem of the fucking Warmind. Twitter Rowan. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I know who would die in that room. You agree? Wait, read Demonic Ruckus again? No, this card is dog shit. No, this card is dog shit, not Twitter Rowan. Because you're looking at like, oh, but I get to draw a card when it's put into a graveyard from a battlefield, and I'll sacrifice it. It will replace itself 1 time, and then we are relying on people blocking our tokens in the way we want them to for it to be card draw, and there is definitely another aura that will just draw the fucking card. Like, unquestionably, there is another aura that will just do the thing we want it to do and does not require them to participate in our McDonald's Play Palace version of a jigsaw trap. So, Ruckus dog shit. Emblem of the Warmind, super dog shit. Everstrike's Gift, incredible dog shit. Guardian's Mage Mark, hot as hell. Hot as hell. Holy Mantle, acceptable. Effectively unblockable, really big buff. Knightly Valor. I think 2 dog shit for how expensive it is. Like, +2/+2 and Vigilance is a pretty good. My issue with the Vigilance is this takes a turn to come online because we don't put. But it's going to make us so many blockers. I think we run it just because it makes us some more blockers. Madcap Skills, I think, is dog shit. Sticky Fingers I would allow because that's insane ramp. Witch's Mark, dog shit. Dog shit. I mean, this can be in our like card selection pile, and then it just happens to make an aura. We should not be playing this on the basis that it makes an aura. So I think broad strokes, it is not good enough to give myself a medium amount of damage and not give me cards. That is not going to work in your 3-dog deck. What is going to work is all this shit that's like, it's going to give me insane damage, or it's going to give me insane blockers, or it's going to give me insane money, or insane card draw. If you do any of those things, you fucking win, because that will stall the game until you can play Ethereal Armor, All That Glitters, Guardian's Mage Mark, or like multiple copies of like Holy Mantle and Cartouche of Solidarity. But we don't want Call to Serve, Ruckus, Warmind, Everstrike's Gift, Madcap Skills. Yeah, so that's at minimum 5. So let's look at type, aura, mana value. Let's look at the cheap ones. I'll be nice. Let's look at the cheap ones. Idolized is attacks alone. Do we have Feather of Flight? Because this should replace like Everstrike's Gift immediately. Because this is the other thing where, okay, now I'm gonna draw like 4 cards. I'm gonna draw cards equal to the number of attacking tokens I have. That will save your game. It's Angelic Gift again. So you should replace Everstrike's Gift with that right now. Low key, New said fuck it, shiny impetus. Oh no. We won't get the attack trigger. I was about to be so down for this, but we're gonna get hosed by the whole like if a thing, because the aura's gonna go on once it's already attacking, which is too late, so it'll take us another turn to actually get the attack trigger. Yeah, I low key. I low-key want to recommend things like Rune of Sustenance, just because we really, really need card velocity. Like, a lot of these tiny auras don't do a single fucking thing for us. They are like the parents at a middle school basketball game. But we need like a ref on the field who is willing to foul the other children so that your team wins. And we just need them to like run faster, actually. No, that's the analogy. Yeah. Like, you're trying to do all this stuff with really creative, like, oh, I can recur this aura. Oh, I'm going to give it flying so that they have a little bit of evasion. Like, you are trying to teach middle schoolers how to execute an NCAA level basketball defense. And you just need to tell these stupid fucks to run faster. And for you, running faster is drawing a card. So I would put in the Rune of Sustenance, I would put in the Rune of Haste, and you just want to rip through your deck to make sure you have lands, to make sure you have your big auras, to make sure you have your big token makers. Ooh, Atali's Favor. Ooh! Oh, doggy! This shit rips. Yeah. At the 3 mana thing, or at the 3 mana part of your curve, this is like, I cast almost everything good in my deck. Yeah. It fucks hard, doesn't it? Doesn't it? We understand the scalies a little bit more, don't we? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. So let's look at, so if you want other better options of card draw, like if you think the runes are going to be too little, you can do Unquestioned Authority. The leg up they have, the leg up this has over the runes is all of your creatures will now be unblockable, so they will not die in combat. If you do like Ruin of Sustenance, Ruin of Haste, you will get the card draw and then they will die, and then you will have to rebuild your board. We just talked about Atali's Favor. Board to Drive would be really funny. This is not good because it scales with creatures and not enchantments. But the idea of just like yelling, this to me feels like the card for if you had a soundboard with the deck and you had like some sunglasses to put on. Because it sounds like a song name. It sounds like an old radio song name. And then you cut on like, I think Shut Up and Drive is the right movie or the right song. And then you play this and then you deal like 4 damage. Pain for All is, this is win more. This is the funny card you get to put in because the rest of the deck works really, really well. But Pain for All is like hilarious. Because so you're going to get a bunch of pings straight off. Maybe these pings can remove blockers. And then people blocking you becomes the worst thing ever because you ping everybody. Oh yeah, then you can keep Blasphemous Act. If you put in Pain for All, you are allowed to keep Blasphemous Act, even though it's a bad fucking card that loses you the game, because with Pain for All, it will win you the game. Shifting Shadow would be such freak bullshit. Do you even have enough? Would it, does putting every creature in this deck on the field do anything good? I think that makes you, I think doing this makes you lose the game because most of your creatures require like build up. They don't do enough when they enter. But I really want, right, Adeline, but like it would really just be Adeline and Anok Strike Leader and all the others. I mean, you'd have Aki Battle Squad. That would be pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna say Shifting Shadow on the, well, okay, again, here's the problem. We gotta slow your roll. Because I was dogging you for having bad irresponsible auras. This is a bad irresponsible aura. We stick this on a ton of attacking 1/1s, they're all gonna get blocked, and then we're just screwed. So I'm not sure you can get away with playing that one. I do think it's funnier than any of your current funny auras, but it is gonna be very hard to pull off. This is mostly correct. I think maybe the only thing what would we adjust here? Like I take a little bit of issue with the diamonds, but the rest of your ramp, this is what you should be doing. Because what we want to get to is we want to have 3-Dog out, we want to have an aura out, and then we want to have the mana to play a scary aura and then sacrifice it in the same turn. I might cut cut 1 diamond for Thrawn Dynamo. I know I'm smoking a little bit of crack, but this is simply more relevant to when you're gonna need mana, because you need enough mana to either take a really big turn, or you need enough mana to replay your commander. Bender's Waterskin is useless here. Bender's Waterskin is incredibly useless. I do think Pearl Medallion is the other shout, because we do want to be playing a lot of these. We might be playing multiple spells a turn if we get a draw engine. I do think we are tilted towards white. Yeah, we're very tilted towards white. So I would do Thrawn Dynamo. I would do Pearl Medallion. Those are going to ramp better for you. You get those good auras. Your removal, you just don't have enough. But, like, you have a lot of fun stuff in here. So the stuff you could cut for more removal that would not fuck you up as bad. You could cut coal. You could... You could cut Krenko, because all the stuff he gives you is on layaway. I do understand why it's very attractive, but you could cut him. Don't cut Rayev, don't cut Sun Titan. You could cut Valduk for the same reason. They're all a little bit more like, we have to invest in them a little bit more, or a little bit more aggressively before they pay off. So you could put in more interaction with those spots. I do love Will of the Mardu. Thank you, Terrence. Because this is both a token maker and a single target interaction piece. Please look at Debt of Loyalty. Please, please, please. You gotta stop. You're banned, Opaque. And then... do we have... you could do Chains of Custody if you wanted more removal. The problem with this is then if people block our 1/1s, we're cooked. You could do Faith Unbroken. This at least gives us a stat boost too, so 3/3s are less likely to just get immediately murdered. Yeah, I think this would be another good removal piece. Do we have Grasp of Fate? No, but Faith Unbroken is our version of Grasp of Fate. We have Brilliant Wings. And then I do think one more card you should have in here is Restoration Seminar. I feel like I've been recommending this to every single white deck. I have yet to see a white deck that cannot make use of this card. Being able to go every turn, hey, Sun Titan's back. Hey, Anim Pakal is back. Hey, Adeline is back. Hey, my commander's back. It keeps you in games that you should have been out of because it is fucking uninteractable. Effectively. Unless they... like, the only point in time you can interact with Restoration Seminar is if they counterspell the very first one. And then you can, like, counterspell the successive copies. But yeah. Ooh, Reconnaissance is really good. Reconnaissance is very, very good for this deck, yeah. So those are all the changes. You know, decent deck, I believe in the dream. You were definitely a fucking liar. I think the biggest problem was your aura situation. Like, so much of the deck was just good, and then, like, half of our auras were just naughty fuck around business. So not Twitter, Rowan. You are going in, you lying. But thank you very much for submitting. I hope you enjoyed. We are going to go to the manual ad break, and then it's going to be time for Terrence 93. Rat Fan, let me go back and look. I don't have a favorite NBC card. I've not really looked at them yet. I'm going to be making a long-form video about it. 12 decks. Thank you for the 5 streams. Welcome back to the dog park. It was Restoration Seminar. Ookie Wookie Pookie Dookie. Exelon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Apparently a Titan. Thank you for the 7 months with Prime. Welcome back to the dog home. Marvel versus Capcom. I'm bad at fighting games. Mauled, why haven't you beautified that slide? Do you have any idea how much I do every day? It's not a lot, but I don't want to do it. I want to do even less. I just want to lay down, make money. Not really. I want to lay down and have good jokes pop into my head like Pez dispensers. Mauled, why haven't you made that slide look worse? Okay, I got it. There we go. Handled. Mauled has to photosynthesize 4 hours a day. We've been back to sleeping like 11 hours a night the last 2-3 nights. So yeah, we getting a little aggressive. Okay, manual ad break's going. I'm gonna manual ad break YouTube chat. Terrence93, you're next. Bad at fighting games and bad at shooters. What games beside Magic and League of Legends are you good at, Mauled? I am good at math, and I am good at rowing, and I am good at B2B sales. Okay, those are my 3 skills. And another one I won't share on this site. Dude, I'm not good at games. Math isn't a game. Yes, it is. And he's bad at League of Legends. I am 50th percentile, you fuck! I am okay. So RTS games then. I'm bad at RTS games. 01234, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the dog home. What games am I good at? When I was okay. Chat, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna need you to not force me to back this up. I truly believe if I gave it an honest shot, I could make the top 10% of the world in League of Legends. I do not think that would be that difficult for me. Now, I'm not going to do that. I'm obviously not going to do that because I can't get paid doing that, and I don't have the time. Define honest shot. If my streaming career became 4 hours a day of streaming ranked League of Legends and trying to get better at it, I think I would climb relatively quickly. I think it would take does anybody know what the 10th percentile of League is for rank? Like, I think I could make plat in less than a month. I think I could make emerald in like 3 months. I think I could make diamond within 6. If I just spent, because most of my time playing League of Legends, I am bullshitting with my friends and I'm trying to teach them League. I do very, very little League of Legends time where I'm just trying to get better on my own. 10th percentile is Emerald. Yeah, I'm going to stand on business. I think in less than 3 months, if I actually tried, I could be Emerald. I just don't do it because I am not an established enough. How is this a flex? It's not a flex. People are asking me what skills I have, and I'm just trying to elucidate how I've focused on very, very few things, but I am good at the things I focused on. Because they're like, you're not good enough at games, Mauled. I'm not flexing. I'm defending myself. Okay? I'm defending myself from a mob with all their pitchforks out. If you could go back to pre-Universes Beyond and stop it from existing, would you? No, because Universes Beyond is why I have a job doing this. Now, I'm sure that motivates other people to go back in time to stop Universes Beyond. So what games have I been good at? In college, I was okay at Dota. In college, I was in the top 25th percentile in Dota, and that was while doing my chemical engineering degree and rowing. So I was not crazy good, but I was pretty good for how much other shit I had going on. Bad at shooters all the time. Bad at real-time strategy games. Bad at fighting games. I got like... Not as bad at fighting games. I was I'm like okay for people playing Smash at like if you just go over to your friend's house. I'm good in that setting, but I'm dog shit at fighting games when it comes to like if I go to a tournament, I just lose everything. How about something like Baldur's Gate? That is a strategy game, which I could be good at. I am just impatient. I am just way too fucking impatient. Okay, I gotta go pee, and then we gotta do Terrence. I will not be distracted defending myself. You're a Kevy too. I knew I hated you for a reason. Hell yeah, Pop. All right. Did you think you would be doing this for a living when you were working towards your chemical engineering degree? Uh, I mean, not this specifically, but I always wanted to do some form of entertainment rather than what I was doing. I didn't get a fucking. Nobody gets a chemical engineering degree because they love chemicals. Or like 5 people in my major did. And I'm very happy for them because they actually like lab work. The rest of us got it because we heard that the degree had good starting salaries. I got a chemical engineering degree because my mom and I were crazy fucking poor. And the median entry level salary for a chemical engineer in my state was like $89,000 fresh out of college. I saw that and I was like, that's my job now. That's my job now. So I never had, I wasn't like fucking with a mobile in my crib, like, oh man, I hope one day I can help a pharmaceutical company develop a version of Xanax that's 5% more effective. Fuck that. I wanted some money. And now I got the money. All right, Terrence, they've sent in a spooky deck. Build a bin, then cast some spells to see again, make a twin, then for your foes, their knees bend. So, Terrence, I'm going to ban you for Rhyme Scheme, and then we're going to take a peep at this deck. Nicol Bolas! I think Nicol Bolas would kill you for Rhyme Scheme too. So our commander discards. We have... Oh, okay. This is a cry for help if I've ever seen it. I'm Terrence, I'm not gonna say there's no way that this deck is dope, because I think reanimator decks are dope. I am gonna say opening hand Stitcher's Supplier reanimation spell is the universal sign for I gave up on my commander. You have a Grixis discard engine in the command zone, and the first 2 turns of our game are, what if I found something else to do? Do I have what can I find anything else in this fucking deck to do? All right, I'm going to do Fel the Profane here because I don't want to look at your deck for Scalding Tarn. And we're going to Stitcher's Supplier. 1, 2, 3. Well, fuck me, brother. Whoa. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa, dude. Um, man, do we gamble or do we pass? We probably... A reasonable man gambles here. But I'm not a reasonable man. I'm gonna pass. We're gonna march. I'm gonna play this dumbass. Next turn, we're gonna surveil 1. Twilight Diviner. Yeah, we're gonna draw you. So we play Twilight Diviner, we surveil 2, both are lands, get the fuck out of here. Scalding Tarn. Go get Blood Crypt? Yeah, Blood Crypt. Gamble. I don't care what we're getting. But I am discarding Bahamut because I said so. On upkeep, we're going to surveil a land away. Play a land, exhume, give me Bahamut. Turn 5, by the way. We could definitely go faster, but I feel like... Oh, sorry. 2 Bahamuts! That's my bad. 2 Bahamuts. And we do have... No, we don't have this prepared, because we had no other creatures in the graveyard. This is a sick Nicol Bolas deck, dude. Nicol Bolas and the other better dragons that I play instead of him. So we blow up 2 permanents. I'm pretty hot with that. I don't think we have the mana for this. We just kind of hang out. Next upkeep, we surveil 1. This is an instant. We don't want to do this because this is basically all of our board. We're going to... Replication technique! 2 more Bahamuts! Yeah! Non-land permanent count we have destroyed is now up to 6. Fuck, dude. Alright, next turn. We're gonna surveil 1. Get out of here. We're gonna draw 4 cards to our 2 Bahamuts. We're gonna play a land. Alright, we have some big boys. We could double Demonic Tutor, which I don't really care about. Oh yeah, and we're just swinging for 1 billion the whole time this is happening. Holy fuck. We only have 6 mana. Ugh. Ugh. Mark, it's going great. How you doing? Yeah, we have achieved the Baja Blast, and we're in a kind of like weird stall point where we don't have any great thing to do. We have to dig in the deck and see, what other clone spells do we have? Do we have Cackling Counterpart? We don't have Cackling Counterpart. Do we have Phyrexian Metamorph? We don't. Do we have Sakashima? Oh, good. Never mind. Best card in the game. We have Hedron Crab. Crab. Alright, next turn I surveil away a land. Whole table explodes. This turn, we double Mega Flare. We control 27, 30, 33, 34, 35. So we double 35 damage people if they have not gotten rid of the Bahamut. Hot dog. Okay. Apostles of Nicol Bolas. So it did, I will give you this for credit, Terrence. When I was playing my 4th Bahamut, it did seem a lot like an instant and sorcery Spellslinger deck. Points to you there. Spinning spells and pawns. So we're going to mill ourselves. We're going to surveil 3. I think Concoct is at least a reanimation spell. Mill ourselves into instant and sorcery. You are an idiot. You are a fool. Okay, what? The 99 seems so much more Spellslinger focused than Operation Baja Blast led me to believe. Okay, so we have this to free cast them. We have, it's a greedy reanimation. What the fuck is... You wait! That's awesome. I love you. I love you. That's very fun. I'm very happy. So we give somebody else control of last chance to make them lose the game, and we get one of their creatures. Oh, but then their creature goes away because they lose the game. That's double awesome. Explosive mana. Ridiculous. Heavy hitters. It's, oh my god, it's Nicol Bolas and the 9 dragons that are cooler than him. Or they're not all dragons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nicol Bolas and the 7 dragons that are cooler than him. Removal and protection. Okay. This is... This is a deep, deep spiritual defeat, first of all. We are doing... You know what? Actually, I can't decide if it's a complete spiritual defeat because we're doing nothing that's Nicol Bolas coded, or if it is the most Nicol Bolas coded deck of all time because all we are doing is pissing everybody off. I do think what needs to change, I do think what should definitely change is right now you are doing a lot of like trying to spell sling and mill and then reanimate off the mill, and we got caught in hand with a number of our good targets over and over and over again. I think the deck would be made instantly better if you turned everything that currently mills you into something that looted. I think you would lose out on some mana efficiency, because like Glimpse the Unthinkable is like super mana efficient for what it does. There's things like Prismari Charm, which is a really bad card. There's things like Maestro's Charm, which is a really bad card. But if you just did things that were, you know, you probably have this already because everybody has this, but you are one of the few true Faithless Looting decks. Like Kitza and Likeness Looter, infinitely better than Exhibition Tidecaller in this deck. Infinitely better than Contingency Plan. You could even... Where's this fucking loser? Where is he? You shouldn't run him because he's 4 mana and he's bad. But like, I think this is what you want more than anything else, because every time we end up with a Reanimator target in our hand, we are like, who's the bad guy from Kim Possible? Yeah. Sorry. Every time you end up with one of your big dragons in hand, you are Dr. Draken stuck on the toilet. That's what you feel like. So all of these things that go, whatever is on the top of my deck, please put it in my graveyard. Cool, does not help with the constipation. What helps with the constipation is an Inquisitive Octopus. So you need to play more of these. And if you really want to be instant and sorcery focused, you can do that. You can do that. But like, oh my god, why don't we have this? Oh my lord! Right? We're making a token copy of our Reanimator targets. We're making a token copy of Twilight Diviner. We're countering... That's in the deck? Banned. Sorry, hold on. No, you're not banned. I would never ban someone just for saying reasonable things. Hold on. Okay. So, like, number one, you don't need to have 38 lands when you have this much card velocity. So what we can do is we can cut a mountain and then we can achieve all of our goals in one fell swoop. You can play the control game plan. You can copy your reanimation targets. You can copy your reanimation setup pieces. And you can do all of this looting that we wanted to do the whole time. Like, we just got so confused and tunneled in on the idea of being a villain that we forgot to do anything practical. Yeah, Mango, make this guy look stupid. Thank you. How bad of an idea would Wheels be? Wheels would be a really bad idea. Genuinely, wheels would be really bad. It would be very good for filling our graveyard. It would be very good for getting cards in our hand. It would give a lot of cards to other people, and our deck does fall apart when somebody else draws a board wipe. The goal of our deck is to resolve a giant shithead and then try to clone them a couple times. And if we're trying to clone them a couple times and somebody has a board wipe, we're out of the game forever. Oh, the card mom. Thank you, Bone Lord. I appreciate you. So what other good loots do we have? Do we have Frantic Search? I don't think I saw that one in here. But we do. We're running Tome Scour, but we do not have Frantic Search. My fucking word. Like Waterfront Bouncer, yeah, that's great. Trade a card for a card. This is I love making terrible dog shit cards. Terrible dog shit cards playable. This one is not. Elk, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you're having a good stream, my friend. You could do transpose, but you don't have to. It is Grixis. I'm not gonna call it slop. It is Grixis fun guy stuff. All right, it is Grixis. It is Grixis, but it's acceptable. The closest thing you would want to a wheel. The closest thing you would want to a wheel is Ancient Excavation. Hey, Thunder. Nicol Bolas does matter in this deck. Nicol Bolas is a mana dump if we have literally nothing else to do in our hand, okay? You put some respect on his name. We can... He has a backside. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Truth Nuke. So I think Ancient Excavation could also be playable. Not really good, but it's not the worst thing ever, and it does do... Ooh, actually, hold on, Mad Gas. Actual heat. This one. This one. Then we can board wipe if we need to. Yeah, this actual good card alert. Because now we can loot, we can fuck up other people's shit, we can get the thing we need into the graveyard. Because you have enough things. You have enough things that are really expensive that we would rather play them for free, and we really need to be able to get them out of our hand. If we cannot get them out of our hand to play for free, we are fucked. Oh God, guys, do you think I can trick him to play Broadside Barrage? Chat, start saying Pog. Please, we can trick Terrence into playing the 30-cent Aether Drift uncommon. Everybody start pogging. Thank you, Osick. Thank you, Cassis. Thank you, Lord Xavier. Thank you, Sagley. Or Saggy. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. We gotta trick this motherfucker. Wow, look at that, Terrence. I think Chad has it. You gotta run Broadside Barrage. Let's just move on and not ask any more questions about that one. Bloodfields, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. So, Terrence, it is very bad. I'm just trying to think of how do we get your... Because right now, dog, do you interact ever? Okay, you do, but you've also tagged Prismari Charm as removal, so I'm gonna need you to be a fucking adult with me right now. In a world where we have Prismari Charm tagged as interaction, we could do a little bit better. So I do think player removal is interaction. We don't do that quickly enough either. All of these are 5 mana, which we really fucking hate. Let's go to sorcery. You could do Careful Study. Careful Study clears all of your other 1-mana cards. I refuse to believe your deck ever doesn't have stuff stuck in hand. Harmonize would be quite good. You very regularly have big creatures you can use to cast this one, you would be able to naturally recast it from your graveyard. Rapturous Moment, the color doesn't really work the way we want it to. Ooh, low key. Hold on. Hobbit gas, 15 cents. Consider this. Consider this. Permanent loot engine. Potentially the funniest thing you've seen in your life. Potentially the funniest fucking sorcery you will ever cast. How is mana curve? The mana curve is fine if we can loot. If we can't loot, the mana curve is in the biz. In the biz, we call it fucking stupid. Affectionately, I think it's okay as long as we have a way to move stuff around. But we really, really need ways to move cards around. The kicker cost on probe is really funny. You shouldn't play this one. You shouldn't play this one. I just want to show it to you because I feel like Nicol Bolas is the type of guy to go, I'm probing you, I'm probing you. Doesn't Shoreline Looter stop looting at the threshold? Oh yeah, Shoreline Looter does. Yeah, there's a lot more mill than discard in the bin section. Yes, and the only mechanical problem, like the spiritual problem with this deck is Nicol Bolas is in the cuck chair. Now that is very funny, and we can do a meta joke about it, so I forgive you. The mechanical problem, I don't believe in your milling. I believe way more in your... See? This is fucking why. Opening hand, we're gonna have to skip a land drop and then wait till turn 3 to persist this man out. Now, are we gonna do it? Yeah, because it's awesome. And then they're going to hit us with the Path to Exile, and then we're going to concede. So, like, if this was... Oh my god, if this was Faithless Looting. Oh my fucking god. Right, we draw a card. I'm doing that. This is Faithless Looting. We draw 2. Oh no, both of our giant assholes are in the graveyard. Whatever do we do? Whatever do we do? I persist. In fact, I'm bringing back Skyline Despot. I want to be the Monarch. I want to draw cards. Turn 2, I definitely protect this. I make a 5/5. And it's again like Glimpse the Unthinkable is fine, but we would rather get to Will of the Abzan. We would rather like draw and fill more stuff in the graveyard. Like, yeah, I love this deck once you loot harder. I just think I think we're too deep in mill. I don't think it is untenable to ever mill. But I just don't want to cast any of these cards. I just hit him with Skyline Despot, and then I defend the Monarchy. Okay, this one is my fault, because if I had cast Tygam Scheming, I would have been able to put Burning Rune Demon in the graveyard. Glimpse is really good for filling the grave. So, like, if you're going to keep any of them, I could see you keeping Glimpse. But as much as you can, you should be turning, no matter how mana efficient you think they are, you should be turning the things that mill into things that draw and discard, and then you have a very hot deck. I think this is very funny. I think the meta joke here has a lot of potential. I almost want to tell you to include the Dragon Throne of Tarkir. On a basis of when you sit down and you give the Rule 0 conversation, you say, I'm probably never going to cast Nicol Bolas unless I draw this. And then you Sharpied out Dragon Throne of Tarkir, and you have written Cuck Chair on it, and you have, like, a Pornhub altar with no people on it. It's just, like, the Cuck Chair set piece. And then you say, if I draw this, I will cast Nicol Bolas immediately. Yeah, the sudden substitution second chance bit, this is awesome. This is 100% awesome. Never cut this. And the rest of it, you just gotta whip it up a little bit more. So Terrence, thank you very much for submitting. We're gonna go to the manual ad break and then move on to pie. Oh, Flood Pits is also a good shout. This guy's like a mid. This is not very exciting, but this is a very, very good card. It works with our low curve. It works as like a 7 out of 10 reanimate target. It gives us a lot of perpetual card advantage. Really, really good to consider. Question for chat as well as you, Mauled. Where would you recommend getting a custom playmat these days? Well, as I have no commission deals with any custom playmat providers, I have no recommendations. I think All-Seeing Arbiter is too expensive, Kalin. What's saving Overlord of the Flood Pits for me is that if we don't have the mana to cast him at 5 and we don't have a reanimation spell, we can play him on 3 mana and not hate ourselves. I think All-Seeing Arbiter, they're not good enough as just a reanimation target, and we have no hope of playing them if we're not reanimating them. What about Overlord of the Baelmerk? Opposite of what we want to do, right? Overlord of the Baelmerk is going to bring stuff back into our hand, and we're not hands guys, we're foot guys. You know what I can't see? You know what I can't see on this art? Can't see the money shot. Get him out of here. EDH player, welcome back. We're doing pie, then we can fit you in. Pie, are you here and ready to go? Is Arami too slow for what we're doing? Yes, because we cannot pay for these guys. If we made the mana, there are some reanimator decks that have a backup plan of what if I just made enough mana to buy these guys full price? Arami's great for those decks. This deck is not doing that. Okay, but what about Overlord of the Boiler Bilges? No, I don't think we need more targets. All right, Pie of Death is good to go. They have sent in a scary deck. I wish to place higher in my CEDH tournaments. I'm normally top 16ing. I want to get top 4. Hey man, respectfully, do you know where you are right now? Yeah, Bracket 5C, have you watched my content? The last time I spoke about CEDH, it was to ask Ian about buttholes. I'm gonna do what I can, but respectfully, Larry, I work on fucktails, man. Like, what are we... Like, I'm the Smash guy. I'm not the... All right, so we have a Nissa waifu deck. This is way too long of a primer, but I have no idea how, like, not only did we send in a CEDH deck, we sent in a mono green CEDH deck. What are the winning lines? That can't be true. Oh, utility lands. Okay. Winning lines. Winning lines. Please, God. Please, God. Finishers. Elk, get back in here. Elk, it's your time. Desert Boys in chat right now. Where are my desert lovers at? It's a situation. All right, so we're gonna infinitely loop this desert to ping people. And then if we get infinite mana, we can do this. And then if we get infinite mana, we can do this. Okay. We have Lumra in the deck. Why are they not the commander? Like, I love you. I love you. Isn't this guy already a CEDH commander? What's going on, Pi? Go to the top. Good lord. This seems to say, like you said, unlike Lumra, who boasts robust win lines and stacks that are almost asymmetrical. So normally when people begin a sentence like that, they lead with why the other choice is better. And you said it's more flexible. You said it's more flexible after describing qualities that make it less flexible. Like, my win lines aren't as good. My protection is not as good. Like, you even have down here less robust win lines. We have less stacks pieces. We can't play good cards like Endurance. Lumra is harder to interact with, Nissa is faster. Okay. I don't believe you. When you're describing like I want to win turn 4 and see EDH and that's our need for speed commander, I'm not sure that I believe you. I feel like okay, so we're trying to trigger Nissa. Okay. Oh, how do I wrap my head around this? Hold on, I'm synthesizing. I'm not letting you rage bait me. I'm updating my assumptions about Magic the Gathering in real time. So what we are trying to do is trick people. We are playing a commander who people are not going to know much about, and we're going to hope that they assume we are doing Lumra win cons so that when we go for our win, they interact at the wrong time, or we can go faster than they think we can. Because if people are used to playing around Lumra land combos, Nissa does give us the very specific benefit of, oh, this person may have studied for Lumra, they have not studied for me, and I'm going to kick them in the balls 0.5 seconds faster than they expect me to. I understand that. I can understand that. I don't think I can pilot that deck. We have Archdruid's Charm. We have some basics. This can't be a good card. Even with that context, I can't believe it. Oh, this is our interaction. This is what we're playing instead of Endurance. Okay, so this is Endurance at home. I believe in this one. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Be serious with me. We have some protection. We have Root Path Purifier. I'm sure that does something crazy in the deck. Okay, and we have tutors to get out our game-winning pieces. All right, so knowing... Yeah, it does dumb. It does dumb. Brother! Brother! We can at least play at instant speed. We might not have the bear. We don't have to be playing a sorcery locked common. Rumble gives back a mana. I'm so sorry. You're so right. All right, so we just have our hands. We have our hands off the controller, is my understanding. This can't be good. Or no, I guess we crew it with Nissa. So that makes it good. Sure. Stack. Two pieces. It's two of the right pieces, but two pieces is very funny for me. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I'm doing my best to wrap my head around this deck. I think to make this deck better, you have to make it worse. Because if you think of CEDH like a sword fighting competition, like a tournament of knights or something, In a world where everybody else has broadswords and claymores and that one guy has a rocket launcher, you have brought nunchucks. I feel like your only measurable advantage is that people do not know what the fuck you're doing, and they're gonna interact at the wrong times because of that. So I would do, not knowing what any of this means in context, is I would do more things that are like root path purifier, and more things and less things that are like Lumra. I would just be trying to like scoot towards people BJJ style. Like you need them to not, the moment they know what's happening, I think you're totally fucked, right? Because if you play against a turbo deck, you lost. If you play against Blue Farm, you lost. But if you play against a turbo deck and Blue Farm, and the Blue Farm player shuts down the turbo player, you get like 2 turns to try and cook, but they're still gonna force of will the obvious force of will target. So what that means is you have to get rid of all the obvious force of will targets. Like nobody is gonna counterspell Malevolent Rumble. Ever. They're probably not gonna counterspell Sowing Mycospawn. Yeah, because it's a cast trigger. So I would just get, like, you have to get even weirder than Loom. I have no idea what that means in this deck, and honestly, I'm insulted you thought I would. But I do know that is what has to happen. And the deck is going to become even more feast or famine. Like, no matter how feast or famine you think it is right now, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Because you have to, like, straight up confuse people. You're not trying to scare the hose. You are trying to befuddle the hose. And I think if you're not willing to do that, that is when I would say just play Lumra. But if you want to do this type of like Lumra-esque game plan, I think your only advantage, as Bone Lord has said so eloquently, is to bamboozle people. And I'm not convinced, but like I don't play enough CEDH to know. I'm not convinced this bamboozles people hard enough, because like they still know, oh, I definitely have to stop scape shift. Like I cannot let this motherfucker scape shift. I cannot let this motherfucker. What else would I not let you do? Oh my god, somebody recommended Famished Worldsire is off meta garbage, and we do have it. We need more of these. Yeah. I like what Siorad's saying. Put in backup Yisan lines. Put in a backup Yisan combo. Then they will never stop you. Your stacks is probably going to have to be like... Hold on, I'm getting a million texts from Z. Yisan is way too slow? I am not going to disagree with you on the specifics. I'm just going to like, I think your only angle, if your goal is to place higher at your CEDH tournaments, your only angle is to hope people make an unforced error because they do not know what your deck is doing. I don't know what that means mechanically. I just know what it means spiritually. Right now, you have brought nunchucks to a fencing tournament. And you are asking me, how do I make my nunchucks fence better? The answer is not you make the nunchucks fence better. The answer is you start doing backflips. Yeah, time kit, mole man. Hoping your opponent makes a mistake is Gamba. Yeah, but that's also like 90%. Oh, there's a card called Return of the Mole Man? I thought there was just the Mole Man. Okay, you guys are clowns. You guys are fucking clowns. But Soup du Jour, the entire premise of CEDH is tricking your opponents into making a mistake. We're just going about it a different way. The blue farm player, who draws, 10 cards per rotation, is trying to force you to make a mistake by having more counter spells than you. Or like they're trying to make you make a mistake by trying to talk you into not paying for Rhystic Study. We are trying to get you to make a mistake because you don't recognize any of our cards and you don't know what you're supposed to do about any of our cards. That is a genuine tactic. Is it a good tactic? No. But I don't think we're playing alt language Nissa because we want good tactics. I also believe in Pi. I have no idea. I have no idea where to put them. I think they need an intervention. Like I think I just want to see. I think what I want to see out of this deck is I want to see a new player who has played 5 commander games with precons rate every card in this deck out of 100. That's what I want to see. I want to see like I want to see them try to figure it out cuz I can like almost figure it out. I can figure it out enough to accept that I'm not going to figure it out. But I want to see somebody who's played 3 games with Pantlaza like tell me with no ability to research, hey, what do you think the strongest card in this deck is? Hey, what do you think the weakest card in this deck is? That would please me. Holy fucking shit, dude. We have a Lazatep quarry. I mean, Shifting Woodland is good for sure. Urza Saga is good for sure. Weakest card is Zuran Orb, of course. Why would I sacrifice my lands? Exactly, Diathax. All the lands are actually discussed in the primer. I believe you, and that is not what happens during a roast. Matchups. Blue farm. We lose. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We got to the matchup section for Blue Farm and we said our win con over Blue Farm, the highest average value pile in the entire format, is we are going to outvalue them with card draw. Oh no, that's their win con. Okay, thank God. I was like, we are so far off the cliff if we think we're about to outfarm. All right. I like how we don't have a single thing for us to do against them. We just have, hey, this is how they're gonna push our shit in. Pie of Death's official CEDH survival guide. Do you have a single tip for how I'm going to survive the monsters? No, but I can tell you what the music is going to sound like right before they get you. That is what the entire section is. Endurance can sometimes stop them. What a good card. We should probably play Endurance. Every matchup description is you lost. Every matchup description is they fucking got you, bro. This is so funny. I need to re-edit this where every matchup is just damn. Damn. This is hilarious. Do you think Trelasara beats this deck? Yes, because Trelasara doesn't play removal. What's very, very funny is I think a bracket 2 shit pile with 15 single target removal spells does beat this deck. Because a huge thing, like a massive thing, it appears to be not skating on, but what it is trying to exploit is that bracket 5 is usually low on creature removal, and Nissa is not worth removing. Like if you have a thing that can remove a permanent on the board, Nissa is probably not priority number 1. But if you put this deck in a cage match with just a like edgy mono black player, that would win. But the Trelasara deck we saw would lose because the Trelasara deck would like the Trelasara deck would put like 30 power on board, and then this player would describe a combo that made them quit Magic. That's what would happen. This is fucking awesome. You both need an intervention, and you're doing pretty good. Hi, Death. Thank you for sending this in. I can't fucking help you practically, but you gotta get weirder. I recognize too many cards in this list. I need more things like Malevolent Rumble and Turn the Earth. I need to be befuddled. I need to be straight befuddled. We're gonna go to the manual ad break, and then it's time for EDH Player. Maul, I can't believe you have me looking through my collection for a faithless looting and careful study. It's good, though! How do you not know Rumble? I only drafted like Modern Horizons 3 7 times. It's because if I remember a card, I usually only remember the best version of that card's effect. So Malevolent Rumble is underneath Midnight Tilling in my head. Because getting 1 mana back, in my mind, is not as good as getting instant speed. You gotta read the root path line. Okay. So we make everything a basic. We have this landfall trigger. We have untappers. We play Ghost Quarter. We fetch Hobbit Hole. We fetch another fetch. We fetch another fetch. We fetch another fetch. We fetch a bigger fetch. We get a copy, which comes in as another fetch. To fetch another copy to come in as another fetch. To fetch 2 more fetches. To fetch Gaia's Cradle. To fetch Lotus Field. And then we do anything else. Oh my god. Alright, killing somebody with a rushing nesting doll of Evolving Wilds, that's pretty funny. We can make fetch happen. Yeah, I'm imagining the wrong side player just going, "What the fuck are you doing?" when he sees you get the 5th fucking Terramorphic Expanse. We did read this. That's insane. What happens when Oppo Agent? Fuck you. Why would you run Opposition Agent, you fuck? You fuck bitch? You dickhead? Why would you even do that? You asshole? All right, TikTok stream, you're dying. Because TikTok stream is down to 2 viewers, which means we have extracted all of the viewers from TikTok that we're going to. Just curious if you've ever had a stint in bracket 5. Yes, I have played more than 10, less than 20 CEDH games. Very, very few overall, but I have played, the first couple games where people are like telling you what all the win lines are, what you need to watch out for. So if you just dropped me into a CEDH table with a deck, I would definitely do some stuff wrong, but I would not be oblivious to what is happening. Like I would be aware of um I would like be aware of what to watch out for with the Sisei player. I would know what mana values are scary with the turbo players, etc., etc., etc. Where do you have the precon info from? What precon info? Oh, from WinMage. You guys are talking to each other. My fault. Can you recommend a villain commander? Do you mean villain as in creature type, because that is a thing now, or do you mean villain as in I am playing a mean and scary commander? Personal question from Elikman. Speaking of, yes. The creature type. Uh Loki's kind of bad, but does work for villains. If you want it to be, oh, Fleam would be good. Fleam is my goat. So Gobin and Fleam, aka the Green Goblin, they would probably be the best thing for both worlds. Because then you can do like a bunch of looting and you can cast stuff for cheap and you have an unblockable creature on the front side. Okay, personal question from Elikman. Speaking of comedian, have you set up another stream with him to do tier lists of anime characters in their CEDH decks? Because I'm just saying I'd love to see another stream like that. We've not yet, because it is not. I need to figure out how to repackage it. I have to date. Let me pull up the data for you. Uh, so I have to date lost about $100, or more than that actually, because Ian gets paid to be a part of the stream. So I have to date, on just the revenue of the video, I have lost $250 getting it made. Now it has a sponsor on it, so that helps a ton. So net, I am up. I think the sponsor paid like $600 to be on this video. So I'm up like 250, $350, which is great. The problem is the views are also low, which means the sponsor is going to be unhappy that I put them on this video. And so I cannot continue to get the same rate of advertisement because the sponsor was going off of how these videos with Ian have typically done, and they typically do quite well. And this one did worse than all the others. So I may try retitling and re-thumbnailing this video to make it do better. I genuinely think it's one of the better videos I've put out. I think it's very entertaining. I think there are parts where we don't know what we're talking about, but those are generally the parts where people were doing audience requests and they knew we weren't going to know what we were talking about. And I want to do it again, but to do it again, it has to be worth doing again. And right now it's not worth doing again. Got to rage bait the thumbnail harder. That's a good idea. Maybe it's a bit too long compared to your usual videos. I disagree with that for the specific reason Hold on. About the same length. A same collab. This one was obviously had better clickbait because it's a tier list video, and tier list videos tend to be more evergreen. They tend to be more easily clickable. But this one just fucking rips the whole time. It was like one of my better performing videos very, very quickly, and it has remained one of my best performing videos over the like year, almost 2 years that it's been live. But does that count all the viewer donos? If I recall correctly, I donated something like 140 on that stream. No, the viewer donos do make it better. Needs a pic of Gon beating Goku. Stellar, I'm gonna write that down. You might have saved this content. Because that's actually, I could do, if I did a picture of Gon, and then I had the Gon better than Goku thing, and then I had tier list on it, that might save it. Anime is definitely not too niche for this. I did the thumbnail badly. Like, I don't think we have we don't have a video problem. We have a, like, this is bad. When I thought of it in my head, I thought it was okay. And I thought like, the execution of this was like 5 out of 10, and 5 out of 10 was just not good enough. So many angry DBZ power scalers in the comments section. I have not read the comments on this. Shine, thank you for the question. We don't have time to talk about that right now because we do have a lot of decks to get through. The stream was popping off, as I recall. Does that get factored in? Yes. Have you read Dungeon Crawler Carl? It's so peak. I have not read it yet. Maybe don't spoiler the anime twist. I think you want to spoiler the anime twist. I think people feel, oh, for the sponsor. No. I think people would feel lied to if the anime thing was not presented at the beginning. Good night, Jace's cat. Thank you for coming through. Should we read the comments together on stream? Seems like most people are referencing Yugi. Lelouch's literally a terror. These people are pretty polite. Yeah, these comments are pretty solid. Okay. Who's next? EDH player. Correct? You're here? You ready to go? I am here. Wonderful. We're going to move on to EDH player's deck. This is a scary deck. I merely wish to know your opinion and hopefully get a roast of Marin. So, yeah, don't tell him. Number one, I under no circumstances will ever accept money to do a commander roast ahead of time. I find it offensive that you think you could bribe me with $75 just to get a roast of the commander you want. Also, I did that shit a year ago. So I'll give you 90 seconds to go watch that. And then we can come back to this deck roast. Whoops! Yeah, there it is. We gotta Google. We gotta Google. Can't be. I mistook Marin for Mael. That's hilarious. Mauld, can you recommend me a commander to build a dragon deck for my wife's first commander deck? Ooh. Yes, but not right now. On the other side of this roast. All right, so now that we have covered that you are never getting your fucking money back, let's see what this deck does. You are a whole idiot. What? We are the deck that brings back exploit. We are the deck that brings back creatures from the graveyard. Why do we have Reclamation Sage, but it's not a creature? Oh, we do have OG Duel, huge. Tap for tempo. Field of the Dead, tap for tempo. Eternal Witness, target nothing for tempo. Grim fucking Backwoods, Marin. Got him. Hell yes, a good card. Dawn Treader Elk. Tap for tempo. Turn 5, by the way. Bring it back at end of turn. High Market. Sack Eternal Witness for tempo. Dawn Treader Elk, sack for tempo. Forest out. Go to end step. Eternal Witness back to field. Bring Dawn Treader Elk back to hand. Cast my useless fucking removal spell on somebody? Oh no, I Croson grip somebody. Next turn. Swamp, I'm making zombies. I'm unstoppable. Dawn Treader Elk. Sack for tempo. I get a swamp because I can. I don't know, man. Then I tutor something. We should, because we had one, on the experience counters from Marin, we had sacked Dawn Treader Elk twice and Eternal Witness once. And it's less than or equal to. So we should have just enough to get Ewit back to field at this point. This exploit shit is sending me. Is this deck meant to show us how strong Marin can be if you build it the worst way possible? There are a lot of cards from when I made this back in 2014. So you just came out of the ice, huh? All right, so this is Captain America, but a little bit of muscle atrophy did set in during the coma. All right, so let's look at the time capsule. These are good cards. Hell yeah. Yeah, I can accept that. I mean, these are bad, but I get it. Exploit remains crazy to me. Exploit remains fucking insane to me in this deck. I don't know if I can excuse you for 2014. Hold on. Hold on. When did this card come out? Kaldheim. When was Kaldheim? Damn, 2021. Damn. I guess you get a pass on Rex Age. Holy fuck. Exploit can actually target the creature itself. That still does not seem good to me. This seems really bad. I mean, I guess that's how fair Commander was. Wow. Like if you told me, no, Mauld, they can exploit themselves, and therefore my creatures are basically sorceries, because that makes you kind of like a Henzi deck, and I understand that play pattern very, very well. But going, this is my 2-mana sorcery that makes you lose 2 life and makes me gain 2 life is sending me. That one's kind of rough. Like 5 mana. This is 5 mana to destroy 2 creatures with mana value 3 or less. This is 3 mana to destroy 2 creatures of any type at any moment. And I realize this isn't your fault, because this was printed 2 years after we stopped upgrading the deck. You assuming I cast many of these creatures is funny to me. Where's your... Do we have Mill? Not really. Okay. All right, bitch. No, no, no. Now we're gonna hold you to the irons. Maldhound, you assuming I cast any of these creatures is hilarious to me, given this entire opening hand can only cast them. I play against a lot of mill. So your comeback is I have a fluffer? That's okay, that is a good comeback, actually. But like that doesn't make your deck more defensible in a vacuum. You don't get to be like, yeah, I'm mauled. Well, you don't I'm not sure if you know this, but I do have a personal butler who carries all my things for me. Therefore, my deck can be dog shit, because I don't have to touch it myself. Or yeah, forest without wolves moment for sure. Yeah. Mauled, you've underrated my secret weapon. This is a two-headed giant deck with my friend Tony, who only plays Mesmericorp. He has 10 illegal copies of Mesmericorp, and he plays one every day. Why don't we ramp? Why do we not ramp at all? We have a 4-mana commander who is deeply necessary to everything we're doing. We have the fucking elk, and we have the one farmhand, and then we have 5 drops. Both playtests. It's been 3 turns of like land pass. Sorry, I make someone lose 2 life on turn 2. Or we'll do turn 2, we play this, we don't. Turn 2, we play this, we do not exploit. Turn 3, we Diabolic Intent him. We play a bounce land. What is like the best thing we can get? Probably Grave Pact? To try to like slow this game down? We don't have the black pips for Grave Pact, but we can finally play Marin. So we play our commander on curve. We fucking play a 5-drop and exploit it. So now we have a experience counter. Also, the idea that we're not casting these creatures, we have to cast them to get our first experience counter. Bitch, you lying to me. I know you're casting these things. I'm being rage baited. I'm being rage baited. I know for a fact you are casting these cards. You have no method. You have no method of getting experience counters if you do not cast some of these dumb motherfuckers. But I do like 5 mana for 4 2/2s every time. That's pretty hot. Only one guy died, so we only have 1 experience counter. I guess if we really wanted Carsey, yeah, we probably sack one of these zombies to. Oh no, we had to tap this to pay for the Gravecaller. Yes, so we just get it back to hand. Then we go to our next turn. Forest. I really want a Grave Pact, but we really don't have enough mana to Grave, or we don't have the colors to Grave Pact. Black market. Oh, but then we can't sack the fucking god. Oh no, we can't. Bounce land. So we tap everything but high market to play black market. We tap high market to sack this guy. We get a second experience counter. We get a charge counter on this. We go to our end step. We get Sadist back. We sack it to its own exploit trigger. We get a third experience counter. We get a second charge counter. We go to our next turn, turn 7 at long last with our 2 black mana. We can play fucking Grave Pact. And then we can play a 5 mana 3/6. He will kill himself, triggering Grave Pact. He will make 2 of these guys. I will sack one of these, triggering Grave Pact. We're up to like 5 experience counters. We can go to end step, bring him back, Grave Pact again, another charge counter, and now I just grind you down with zombies. This clean sucks. This is dope as hell. The more I play it, the more I like it. I do think the exploit lines are mega cute. This is... I don't know if they need help. This is a product of a different time. Right? Like this is This is like watching Charles Barkley try to play basketball right now. Right? I'm sure in 2014, this shit was evil. You had the time to set this stuff up. Yeah, you could do a little. You were moving. You were moving, but now we live in a world where like everybody has relevant plays in the first 4 turns, and keying up a turn 5 mana exploit trigger, I don't know if we cut it anymore. Bro, I bet Barkley would kill in the backyard, and so would this deck. Like if you play this deck against a precon, aces. Because precons are going to give you the time to like get one of your two interactive people. Why do I have 43 lands, bro? I can't. I'm sorry. I can forgive a lot of things. Why do we have 43 lands right now? We're not even a landfall deck. Yeah, this is more lands than most actual factual landfall decks I have seen, and we're trying to cast Rise of the Dark Realms. We're trying to living death people. You know lands aren't creatures, right? Because if they miss a land drop, they pass for the first 4 turns? True. True. 43 is good with no ramp if you are playing a control deck. Like super high land count, if you're not ramping, is okay if you are planning to interact on every turn. Our first 3 turns of the game are, damn, pass. I mean, big ups to you for not running Soul Ring. But you could... Would a higher land count also be good in an X cost deck? Probably not. For an X cost deck, you want to be doing nasty psycho ramp. So I'm gonna say, honest to goodness, fair and unbiased opinion, you could turn 10 lands into ramp, and the deck is instantly an entire bracket higher. I don't hate the land count if I'm gonna be honest, then you should stop being honest. Well, we have black market already is the thing. Like the problem we have is we have 3 clear turns of I don't do anything because I don't really play meaningful Marin setup. Like none of these we have Rex Sage, God bless. Mostly the land count is for Field of the Dead. If you wish to trigger Field of the Dead, you can play other versions of Dawn Treader Elk. You have so many other things that are so much better, that are just like infinitely better than doing land for turn to trigger Field of the Dead. So let's do tutor land to battlefield, and let's do Hotag, sacrifice, self. Like, dog, you could get Sad Robot in here. You could get Sad Robot in here instantly. Burnished Heart is probably too expensive. Although if you really wanted a way to make the creature get rid of itself, that would do it. Pony up. Pony up, fool. We don't have blue, that's a shame. Yeah, like if you want to do landfall stuff, do landfall stuff. But we should not be, because you are trading, I am able to make. Let me try to frame. You watch JJK? You have made a heavenly restriction, which is like a Nen deal if you've watched Hunter x Hunter. The deal you have made in this deck is my reward is going to be making 1/2/2 a turn on turns 8 and beyond. And your payment for that reward is I am going to skip the first 4 turns of the game. I do not think you should be making that trade. if we had a way more explosive way to get like lands on the field for Field of the Dead, if we had faster ways to tutor Field of the Dead, if we had faster ways to make Field of the Dead like a lethal payoff, then okay, I get it. But we have filled the deck with things that do not give a shit about Field of the Dead, and then we've clipped our own wings, and we have stopped ourselves from playing a ton of things that help what the deck wants to do to better support Field of the Dead, which is one card in the 99 we don't even get to quickly. Like, I swear to fuck, if you Diabolic Intent for Field of the Dead, I am sending you to the doctor. Yeah, build Necrobloom. Fuck. If you Demonic Tutor for Field of the Dead with 4 lands in play, because you're like, but I have a Dawn Treader Elk Loop set up. I'm shaking you. I am shaking you until you think right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, unstoppable. I bog you turn 1. Swamp. Oh, I can't do that. I have to forest. Forest, Yavimaya Elder. Blessed be. We have not skipped the first 4 turns. We've only skipped the first 3. Next turn. RC Sadist. I exploit it. I gain 2 life. I sacrifice Yavimaya Elder. I draw a card. I get to I get to do the Troop of Ponies. Oh my Jesus Christ, this is only to hand. I thought this was Cultivate. I thought this was 1 to field. Holy fucking shit. Alright. And they have to be basics as well. Beautiful. Alright. I discard one of them to max hand size. I bring back Carcy Status because I'm on 2 experience counters. I sack it. 2 more life! So turn 6. We have High Market. That's dope. Okay, here we go. Play Sidisi. Stack itself to exploit. I get Field of the Dead. I play it as my land for turn. I'm only on 1, 2, 4. So let's see what I could have traded these for. I could have spent a fetch land earlier in the game on a snow-covered swamp. I could have spent another fetch land earlier in the game on a snow-covered forest. So that gets my differently named land count a little bit higher. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm now on 6 differently named lands. I'm on my 4th. I'm on my 4th thing. So I actually don't think I play Field this turn. I play High Market this turn. I Ewit a fetch land back to my hand, and I sack Ewit to High Market, getting me to my 5th experience counter. This lets me Sidisi instead. Or Sidisi again. And if I'm going to Sidisi again, I probably get Titania to try to do some type of weird fucked up land thing. So I go to my next turn. I play Field of the Dead. I'm on 7 lands now. At turn 7, we have made a 2/2. On turn... Oh, we play Titania. We cannot get any lands to field. Or any lands to grave. But we can bring a swamp back. Fucking shit, man. The white player board wipes to deal with the goblins. You are caught in the crossfire. Truer words have never been spoken. We go to our end step. We definitely bring Sidisi back, and we're just trying to tutor loop at this point. I have no idea what we get. But like, if we're gonna make the deck this bad to benefit off of Field of the Dead, we should commit a little bit more. Like, we should do stuff like this. Remind me for comparison, but what is a Field of the Dead deck supposed to look like? A Field of the Dead deck is supposed to look like Ice Till Explorer. You are supposed to do Ice Till Explorer. You are supposed to do Azusa, who plays multiple lands a turn. You are supposed to be playing things like Scape Shift. And then you sacrifice everything but Field of the Dead. And if you are searching for enough differently named lands, they will all enter at the same time. And so they will all satisfy Field of the Dead's trigger. And then you make like a billion. So that is how you do Field of the Dead shit. Is you're trying to trigger Field of the Dead like 5+ times. Yeah, like 5+ times every turn. Yeah, you can do stuff like play Famished Worldsire. This one's a little bit risky because you can miss on this. And then you can play, but if you do a lot of sacking, you can play Lumra to get to all your lands back from your graveyard. So yeah, there's a million tricks we can do that are Field of the Land coded. We could just do this. Like this would be so crazy. This is like watching a girlfriend try to get her boyfriend to buy more furniture. I just want your deck to be good, man. I just want your deck to work the way you told me it was gonna work. We could do White of the Reliquary. We could do even Studious First Year, man. It comes back to field really, really easily, and we can just use it for basic ramp. You could do Primeval Herald. Because, like, somebody's going to block, and then it's going to die, and then you're going to get to bring it back at the end of turn. We do have Steve already. You could do, like, Root Weaver Druid. Because people are going to have basics that are not your kind. And so you're going to ramp other people too, but you mega ramp, and now you can overpay for all your exploit creatures, and now you definitely have enough differently named lands. With the number of sack outlets you have, you can seed guide Ash, because this is just any forest. Like, there's so much. Like, you want this to be a Field of the Dead deck. You don't want it to be a combo deck. Like, it's all possible. It's all right here. And then Troop of Ponies is low-key goated. Merciless Executioner, Fleshbag Marauder, stuff like that working hand-in-hand with Grave Pact and Dictate of Erebos are the main things I want to use if I'm aiming for Rise of the Dark Realms. Then you need more of those and you need more mana. Like, the whole reason we're talking about this is you have infinity too many lands, and you told us it was to support Field of the Dead. And those things cannot coexist. Like, your problem with doing things like Fleshbag Marauder is you are not playing all of those effects. Instead of playing those effects, you are playing Fell Stinger to exploit themselves. You are playing like Diligent Farmhand to Field of the Dead. You are doing Carsey Sadist. Like, you should just be playing another Accursed Marauder. So if we want to do that better, number one, you should just be ramping instead of land dropping. Because the easiest way to do something better in Commander is to just do it a turn earlier. And in the playtest we saw, we had to wait on Grave Pact for a really long time because we didn't have enough black pips. Like, that's just... Like, our deck is currently... The power bar for this deck is currently below Rampant Growth. We are meaningfully improved by having a copy of Rampant Growth in the deck. I do not believe we are meaningfully improved by having a copy of Fenrir in the deck. What we want is an ability to get Marin out faster. We could play Butcher of Malakir. We don't have to, but we could. But anything that lets us play Marin faster, and we could even do it on... It's even worth it to do it on creatures, because on creatures, oh no, they got board wiped. That is now an experience counter for Marin. When I replay Marin, I can bring them back to field really easily. But like, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. These are rough, but I can at least understand it. This is super bad for our context. This one's actually acceptable. This is crazy criminal bad. This is just, I want to pay twice as much money for the exact same effect as Plaguecrafter. Great, acceptable, great, 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 evil. And we are again just paying twice as much mana for no reason. Like, we got Insidious Fungus, who will sacrifice himself to do similar stuff, who can also ramp us, notably. We have Haywire Might, who will do it, but they will, that is the arena version, they will do it, but they will exile instead of just destroy. And Yavimaya Elder's just so bad. Just going to hand is just so rough. These 4 enchantments are all good. These instants are all fine. And we just have so many fucking lands. We have so many fucking lands. I don't believe in Freyalise for a moment. Liliana's fine. And these sorceries are all fine. Kura is quite good. Would we want braids in this deck? Yeah, braid. See, the thing is, if we were better, if our ramp was better, we would really, really like braids, because then we could sacrifice lands and definitely draw a million cards. Definitely has the potential to be super crazy good. And I saw earlier in the chat, you were like, but I didn't, like, these are not the cards I had. I only build from collection. You look like it! Don't do that! We don't have to flagellate ourselves because we're poor. We could just pretend we have the cards we want. And I do agree with Xavier. I think there are multiple versions of a Marin deck. Marin is so powerful that she is also very flexible. I do not think you should be trying to balance... a heavy creature sack deck with also, I am going to play an honest Field of the Dead deck. Everything you want to do in both of those decks are just going to fight with each other and not in a fun way. So even if you want to keep building from collection, you want to say like, well, every card I play has to be budget, like Insidious Fungus is, like Haywire Might is, like Studious First Year is, like White of the Reliquary is, like Troop of Ponies is, like we still have, we really have a 3 decks in a trenchcoat situation. Because we have one deck that is, I'm going to play good Marin cards, like Fleshbag Marauder, and Dictate of Erebos and Grave Pact, and I'm going to do really heavy board control. We have another deck that is, I'm going to play dog shit exploit effects, because exploit is a very bad keyword, and it's very funny to win with very bad keywords. That is also a thing I support in Commander. It is a different deck than what you're doing here. And then finally, we have the Field of the Dead deck. So you have to pick one of those. And I think if you want to do the like hoo exploit thing, I would be way more all in on like, whenever one of your things dies, I get a benefit. So like stuff that draws me a card when one of my creatures die, like Pitiless Plunderer, Grave Pact and Dictate can still stay. But I don't know if I'd be playing as many of these, because I wouldn't want to draw the threat. Because like this is, I'm playing an evil Marin deck that tortures you, and it just makes the table like, okay, we got to stop them. Nobody's going to stop you from playing your 4th Graph Reaver. So you want a silly fun time, mess around Marin deck, do Graph Reaver, and do Death Triggers. Let me find this. Yeah, there's a million of these that all appear functional. And then if you really want to just hit people with a big Rise of the Dark Realms, you should not have any of these exploit triggers. And we should only have things that remove my opponent's stuff or mill them. Like if we want to hit people with big Rise of the Dark Realms, our ideal game plan is I play Stitcher's Supplier, I play an exploit creature, and I sacrifice Stitcher's Supplier to the exploit creature. Then I bring back Stitcher's Supplier, and then I just keep exploiting them. Much like whatever butcher shop they work in does. Funny story, once got decked due to Dreadhorde General not being a May. Deeply unsurprising. We have no win conditions to draw. So number one, you definitely Lion. Fun commander deck, though. You have to pick one of these 3 lanes to commit to if you want it to be any better. Because right now it's like, this is 2014 Demon. You are Slivers. You are the same as Slivers. In 2014, you were the devil hiding under the bed. And now, we're looking a little unk. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then it's going to be time for Sage Force, I think is next. Phoenix, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. It's not the you, Lulu. You are last. But Sage Force momentarily. I'm going to get some water. I will be right back. All right, we're back. Kyra Kuto, congratulations on starting your new job. Noi Noi, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. Hi, Mall, just finished chess day. Nice. I've built all the avatar experience counters except Azula. How can I build her in a way that doesn't scare away the himbos? Also, Alec Man, if you are still here, I'm going to the gym soon. Are there any exercises and or stretches I should do to help relieve the pain before heading to the gym? I don't know. You say your wrist has been hurting like hell. Um, Everyone's pain senses are different. I would number one be checking, is your function impaired? So it's hurting like hell. Do you have weakness and it is hurting like hell? Does it get better or worse when you apply any resistance to it? If you have impaired function and it gets worse when you like try to resist or try to move it, I would just do legs today, man. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a physical therapist. I don't know enough about the anatomy of the wrist to know any of the many, many things that could have gone wrong. If you want to try to make it feel a little bit better, um, I would put your hand on the wall. So spread your hand open, and you're going to try to hold on. So this book is the wall. With your hand on the wall, you are going to alternate lifting your fingers up away from the wall and then like trying to curl your fingers together, so applying pressure from your fingertips without lifting your wrist up off the wall. That's going to work some of your like hand extensors and hand flexors, which can help work out kinks in your wrist. But again, if any of that makes the pain worse, stop doing it. Only do that if doing it gently makes the pain any better. Other things you can try to do, something that's been pretty helpful for me, you can massage your bicep a little bit. You can massage your tricep. I would basically just try to work on any muscle that is upstream or downstream of where the pain is. So if your wrist hurts right here, I would do some self-massage down here. I would maybe massage your hand, try to extend and grip with your hand. Um, Bring your arm around town like this. When I make a fist and try to move it down, it flares up. I would skip whatever movements are gonna be that today. Straight up. I don't know, bro. I support you. I want the best for you. I don't fucking know, man. Obli Soprafare or Obli Soprafare. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. Did we get that guy his wife's dragon commander? Right, yes. Wife's Dragon Commander. How do we have a fun time with dragons? I really want to recommend Furcrag, but I feel like it's too limited in colors. Is it, though? They've been printing way more Is It dragons. Miram is evil. I'm trying to not get his wife shot. I'm trying to get his wife not beat up. Because what happens with every Miram player is they go through this phase of like, they always have to have a victim complex. Because they just go like, why won't you guys let me do the thing? And it takes them like 6 months to stop being really annoying about it. So I want to see if we can do a dragon that will shortcut that. I'm going to recommend Furcrag. Here's why. Furcrag is unassuming, so you will not catch an incredible amount of flack just playing them. You can goad a little bit, which will help you defend yourself. You get to play a lot of very fun dragons, like you get to play new Smaug, the mono red Smaug. Because you are in blue, if she has any favorite dragons, you can do a lot of stuff to clone your favorite dragons. So maybe they don't like every dragon in the game, but they're like, oh my god, I love Smaug. Oh my god, I love Ancient Silver Dragon. Oh my god, I love insert whatever dragon here. Make 5 of them. That's very, very fun, I think, especially for a new player. Because you're going to be limited on colors, your mana base is also going to be way, way easier. And you're not going to have to do the like, oh, I either spend like $400 on a non-proxied land base. I always make sure people are okay with proxies, or I just play tap lands. Furcrag also has card draw in the command zone. Also very important. So I'm going to recommend Furcrag. Ed, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. My wife got interested in Tiamat because she could just tutor and she is just learning to play, but not sure if she would get bored of ramping and then getting the same ones. So my beef with Tiamat, especially for new players, is you play Tiamat. If Tiamat resolves, you win the game. And so what happens a lot is responsible players will counterspell you, which can lead to new players being very, very frustrated. So if she comes from any type of background where she is used to people interrupting what her strategy is, and she has like built-in respect for like, oh, of course you stopped me, then I think Tiamat could be okay. But a Tiamat deck, even if you guys don't build the deck this way, every Tiamat deck inevitably becomes, I have Terror of the Peaks, I tutor Terror of the Peaks, and I tutor 4 things that are similar to Terror of the Peaks, and then my next turn I win the game. It's very, very one note, and it is very, very likely to draw aggression from the pod. So, like, I had a friend who was trying to get into Magic, and other people suggested to her, or I think she was like, I want to play Prime Speaker Zagana. Because they were like, I want to make a big thing and draw a lot of cards when I make my big thing, and counters are fun and straightforward for new players. And what happened was they played 4 games in a row where every time they tried to play Prime Speaker Zagana, somebody counterspelled it, somebody killed their big thing, or they played a like super greedy ramp strategy, and people just like hit them because they were open. And that person quit Magic because they were like, why won't anybody ever let me play? And I was not a part of these games, but the other people were like, we did let you play. You tried to resolve a thing that was going to like immediately take over the game, and we tried to stop you before you won. And they were equating being allowed to pull off their game-winning strategy with being allowed to participate in the Commander game, and Tiamat players do the same thing. So I'm very nervous about Tiamat for new players. Okay, Sage, we still good to go. Luck. I did not read this. Yep, still here. Perfect. Sage has sent in a spooky deck. I want to smack people with bags full of gold that Vihan brings to life. Fun and not hard to play. Furcrag. Furcrag. I'm going to say it again one time for the people in the back. Larry is my personal name for Furcrag. All right, treasures, but not for mana. Why, yes, I am a dirty little cheater that bribes Mauled to make the deck look better before I put it up for roasting. I thought I remembered this. So this is a Vihan deck that I have already improved. They sent it to me for a deck review, and the main gimmick is we are doing Vihan, but we are not cracking treasures. We are not cracking treasures to spend mana on. We are not using the treasures to do Mardu Aristocrats bullshit. We are beating people to death with dollar bills. All right, so we're going to go... Oh, shit, Surveil Land. Get the fuck out of here. Get that terrible card the fuck out of here. I did not approve of this. Wallahi, what the fuck is happening? This can't... Was this in here the first time around, and did I not shake you appropriately? What is going on? This was not... There was a clear vision we talked about. This is not... I refuse to take accountability for this part. It's ramp that doesn't get us to Vihan. This is it's this is the only this is like the only ramp we could have picked in the game that like doesn't allow us to play anything on this turn. So we pass. We blood crypt. Or no, so we changed the order because we realized we're not going to be able to Rite of Flame. We Rite of Flame to play Smaug the Magnificent. Sure. We make a treasure. Alright, we're gonna Vihan. We have a treasure, it becomes a 3/3. We don't do anything. Yeah, Chronicle of Victory for +2/+2, First Strike, and Trample. So the thing we talked about during the review was they had a ton of +1/+1 banners, and they were complaining about help, Mauled. My entire pod keeps beating my ass. My treasures are not big enough to kill anybody, and I don't have blockers outside of my turn. What do I do? So I had them cut every banner that was below +2/+2. I said, if you want to swing your treasures, you need to swing them as dangerous enough creatures that people are going to block and have things die in combat. And then your other things, like all the +1/+1 banners, should become card draw, should become one-sided board wipe, should become protection spells so that you don't die in the meantime. So anyway, we have Vihan. We have a second treasure. Oh, no, this is our first turn with Vihan. We have one treasure. We probably don't swing it. We Godless Shrine. We have another treasure. We can Unburial Rites, which doesn't do anything. Pre-combat, I Avatar's Wrath. I pick... I pick Vihan. I just slow everyone down. I hit him with a 4/3. He's airbent. On my next turn, new treasure from Smaug. Replay Vihan for 2. Shoot something for 3. We have a like good board control situation going on. We don't have a great damage situation. Oh, because our ramp is stupid dog shit. That's why. And we're not using our treasures. So we make another thing from Smaug. We surveil land. Get out of here. And then we go Chronicle of Victory. So we pick any of the outlaw creature types. Turn 7. We now have 5s. We have 24 damage to swing between the treasures and Smaug. We have another Smaug ping. We've board wiped one time. It's not the worst, but it's definitely bracket 2. Wallahi, this shit is not going to trigger. Wallahi. Oh my fucking god. Turn 1 Ragavan. Turn 1 Ragavan. We're so back. Alright, we turn 1 Ragavan. We turn 2 Gleaming Splendor. And we make Ragavan treasure. Turn 3 Vihan. I throw Ragavan to the wolves. He probably dies, but he probably kills like a Llanowar elf. Like turn 3, I feel like somebody has something that can block. And they would block Ragavan, but they would lose it in the block. Turn 4. Raucous Theater. Fuck yeah, best card in the deck. Okay. Go to somebody else's turn. We use Gleaming Splendor to force them to draw a card to trigger this stupid fucking enchantment. We control enough things, or we have enough mana for Illustrious Wanderglyph. We play this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have City's Blessing. So now these are 5/5s. 2 5/5s with Vigilance. Beautiful. 2 5/5s, bang, bang. And now I think we win. You get no Gleaming Splendor triggers because this is a bad card. But we now have a million. We have 1 fucking million gnomes, and we have big ol' banner. We can foretell this. Go to combat, bang, bang. Someone else's turn. If we don't have to do Ultimate Magic Holy, we can forcibly trigger Gleaming Splendor again. We definitely win. So this is turn 7. This looks better. I think the number one thing I'm worried about is where the fuck is the card draw? You're telling me there isn't a single blue player at the table that's drawing at least one extra card each turn? Blue players are actually the worst target for Gleaming Splendor. Because blue player, like a blue deck, is the deck that is most likely to be able to control when they are drawing that extra card. The people you want for Gleaming Splendor are actually like the black players and the green players. Because they are the people, they are going to play cards like Garruk's Uprising, and they're not going to have a May trigger they can decline. They're going to have Garruk's Uprising. Many people are still playing Phyrexian Arena, but the blue player is going to go, oh, you get a card when I draw my next card? Well, I'll wait to cast this thing that will draw me a card. If they're good. Okay, small time robbery. So these are our treasure generators. Ass. Booty ass. Booty ass dog shit. Booty ass dog shit, but okay, it's 3 treasures. Yeah, genuinely, if you're gonna play Gleaming Splendor, just play Howling Mine. Be about your fucking business. Okay, great card, great card, great card, great card. Pretty good card. Acceptable dog shit card. On God, you had good treasure generation in the deck before. On God, you sent this deck to me, and it almost works, and I made it all the way work, and you replaced the parts that worked with bad shit. What the fuck is happening with Zentarim Bandit, dude? What in the holy fuck is going on? Oh, okay, here are the good ones. Okay, we tagged it differently. Yeah, these are all pretty good. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I was wondering. There it fucking is. I like that. The armory. Yeah, I'm fucking with all of these. I'm fucking with all these banners heavy. Okay, so here's our alleged card draw. We have a tutor. We have card selection. We have actual draw, dog shit bad card. Okay, it's just for the Titanic. Okay. Yeah. We have Descent into Avernus. Is this also Titanic? Yeah, it's also Titanic. Fuck yeah. All right, we have 2 Titanic tutors. Okay, Imskir's very good here. Free draw. Prosperous Partnership is really cute. Yeah, okay. The removal section's very cute. I like the one-sided board wipes because we can cast these pre-combat and then they only hit us. You are an idiot. You are a stone cold dumb. Okay. Is it one of the best cards in all of Magic? Yes. Can it help us cast our commander faster? No. What? What the fuck is happening? This deck was fine. This deck worked. And your only problem was we didn't have enough anthems. And now you're spinning the block and you're like, yeah, I got Ragavan and a dog. And I put $1 up the dog's butthole. That should be fine, right? That should be enough to survive in a different country, right? No, dumbass. What is happening? Why? Did you play a game with the upgraded deck and have your friends be like, no, that's too good. You have to make it suck now. So cut all of these. You can keep Scuzzback and Strike It Rich. The rest of these have to die right now. Actually, Noble's Purse can stay. But like, what's happening, bro? What's happening? Like, at the very least, if you... I can understand the vision, but if you want to go out on a limb for fast mana, and you want to do, like, a meme card, at the very least, you have to show me Mana Geyser, because Mana Geyser can at least pay for your massive heist cards. You show me Mana Geyser in to hit the Motherlode, you are an idiot, but you are an idiot with vision. You show me Blood Pet, you are just a guy walking a breed of dog that should never have been made. Don't do this. Please, I'm begging you. Do anything but this. Run more things. Like, run Seize the Spoils, bro. Run anything. Anything else that makes a treasure, makes a mana. Right, the red cards only make red mana and not enough to cast anything. We can't. None of them go mana or no, sorry, Rite of Flame goes mana positive. That is my fault. Rite of Flame goes mana positive. But like, none of them let us do anything. If you want to store mana, you're better off with Generator Servant. Generator Servant is cute. I don't think it's good for this deck. So notably, I think our blocker situation is still bad, right? The points that need addressing. I do want to hang at bracket 3. Cut 12 of those 14 cards. The problem of me not having any blockers still is not solved, because now that I have an actual functional deck, removal is getting pointed at my stuff. All right. So this is not the funny man advice, but this is the real advice that I do have for you. Any deck you have where you have a situation putting up enough blockers and you are not in green, every game you lose, you should put in a one-sided board wipe. I don't think Battle of Bywater works for this commander specifically, but like, this one works. Just put in a one-sided board wipe every time you lose until it stops being a problem. Inside of like 3 to 4 games, you will be good. Put in a board wipe, put in an effect that is just like, fucking the power price compels you, do not touch me, and you'll be fine within like 2 weeks. If you are having that problem in a green deck, you do just have to quit Magic. Fluffy Orc, thank you for the Prime sub for the 14th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. I think they have the Vow Counterwipe. I do that, and I keep losing to spells and direct damage. Have you considered hitting the player casting spells at you? Fluffy Orc! Thank you for gifting 10 community subs. That is incredibly generous. Welcome back to Dog Heaven, my friend. We have Promise of Loyalty. What other good ones would be? Genuinely, you should play No Mercy. Because No Mercy, you can get off of Beseech the Mirror, right? Yeah. Okay. Point of order. You can get No Mercy off Beseech the Mirror. You can also get it off Dimir Houseguard if you are not in a situation where you want the Titanic. I am fucking with Fated Clash. Right, you do this off your turn, you block with Vihan, you make somebody else's Mana Dork indestructible, bam. Or you can do it main phase 1. What other ones do we have? You don't love Toxic Deluge because your commander can't duck it. Citywide Bust, excuse you. You could fell the mighty. So Ruinous Ultimatum would be viable if we were willing to sacrifice treasures, but a core conceit of this deck is that we are not sacking any of the treasures. Blood Money would probably be a vibe. Blood Money, you could probably cope and say, hey, I'm going to sack treasures for this one because I will remake all my treasures. But I would cut some of this dog shit fast mana and just do that. Split Up is oftentimes pretty good. It's not like amazingly good, but especially if your problem is, oh, people are swinging at me, going destroy all tapped creatures, swing my vigilant, swing my vigilant treasures for three mana, it's dope. So you have enough that you can put in more that just do the thing you want. I'm gonna develop a Twitch if I have to look at these. If I have to look at these anymore. Your deck is so good without these 10 cards that you obviously put in to piss me off. I can't believe you're gonna make me say this. Please play Night's Whisper. Please. Please. I'm hands to my heart. Play Sign in Blood that I know you can't cast because your pip situation is not gonna be right. But anything over these cards. I do love Goldhound. He is cute. He does suck. He does not benefit from the banner. His only purpose is to die. But I would keep. So the ones I would keep, or the ones I would get rid of from the fast mana section are Zentarim, Simeon, Skirk, Rite of Flame, Dark Writ, Lotus Petal, Blood Pet. You can keep Scuzzback Scrounger. You can keep Strike It Rich. Strike It Rich is like the worst of these cards, but it's very funny to be able to act like this is a good card. Doesn't Goldhound become a 3/3? Oh, right. Oh, we can reanimate him. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Goldhound. Absolutely. You could definitely do better than Strike It Rich. You could definitely do better than Noble's Purse, but I don't think you have to. Those other cards, you have to do better than that. Ooh, Decadent Dragon. That's a good one. I have bricked my friend's deck with this card before. This was when they were a relatively new player, and they were playing a Yarok deck, and they had only put in 2 win cons, and both were on top of their library. He is fun, and he does make you 1 treasure a turn. I think like a blocker who can make us 1 treasure a turn, we accept that shit. I bricked my friends too. Honda Accord, I don't trust you when you say it like that. Daedalus, we are looking at paid deck reviews right now, but we will probably have a free raffle in a little bit. Okay, so you gotta fix this shit, but you did successfully rage bait me. You're going down here on the bottom left. We're going to the manual ad break. Then it's time for Lulu. Oh. Why do I have a ping? Oh, okay, that doesn't matter. Okay, that's all still fine. Final Showdown or Too Expensive? It is interesting. It is. I don't love it because our ramp situation is non-existent. Non-existent. I gave this to Elk to improve even more, but he wanted to cut Chronicle of Victory, so I didn't take that batch of advice too close to heart. Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy and his wrong think. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. We're gonna grab Lulu's deck. Okay. Hey, Mr. Maul, I haven't played Magic but been wanting to get into it. What would you recommend as a relatively easy deck for a beginner? Definitely a precon. Like Chad is saying, do not build your own deck first. Get a precon and then upgrade that precon and then try to build your own deck. All right, Lulu, you're here. Let's get into it. This is a spooky deck. No commander maxing. In this house, we have backup plans, ramp, and board wipes, just like the VOD channel taught us. Lorehold's new blood. You're not commander maxing the gambling commander? I, I, but he's so cool. He's so. This is like one of the only. This is like the only commander I would ever give you a pass on saying like, yes, I scoop if you kill my commander. She is central to my deck's game plan. All right, let's see what you got. Savine's Reclamation. Okay, I love Reanimation. This hand is unplayable garbage. So we're gonna mulligan. We have one land, so we're gonna mulligan. We have one land, so we're gonna mulligan. We have two. Squee is all right. I can get back one card to discard the Lorehold. I can get back one card. Explain yourself. What is Squee doing here? They're coping, is what Squee is doing here. Okay, 2 lands, a Soul Ring. This has to do some. I get a basic mountain. Soul Ring. I bounce my basic mountain to my hand after I play Victory Chimes. I have unlimited colorless mana, but in terms of mana, we have no mana. I play Mind Stone. Basic Plains. Currency counter. All right, so now the benefit that we have is that when we play our commander, nobody will dare remove it because we already have the mana to just play it again next turn. So we play Lorehold. We go to our next upkeep, or go to next upkeep. We're going to discard DRC. Do we care about Volcanic Vision yet? No, we don't. We're going to draw a card. Go to the next upkeep. We're going to discard Talisman of Conviction to draw a card. Fuck. We're going to discard Prismatic Vista to draw a card, and then on our upkeep... Oh no, we don't get it on our upkeep. We're going to go to our turn. Play Monument to Endurance and hope we can do something cooler next turn. Go to our opponent's upkeep. Discard, draw. Monument to Endurance, I'll draw a card. Opponent's upkeep. Discard, draw. Monument to Endurance, I'll draw a card. Fuck this guy. Okay. You would have a shitload of fuel for currency converter. At least we have something. Next up, discard a card. Draw a card to Squee. Now we go to our upkeep. We bring Squee back, who doesn't fucking matter at this point. We play this. We play... I don't even think we want this, but okay. This seems like very up our own ass. This seems extremely up our own ass and not actually that effective. We could be making like rogues or treasures, but we're not really limited on mana. Like, we need cooler shit to do. So I think we go to our opponent's upkeep. We discard this. We don't cast it. We draw a card. We go to our next opponent's upkeep. Oh, wait. Yeah, so we would have played Library of Leng. Now I understand. We discard Volcanic Vision and use Library of Lang to put it on top of our deck. We draw it, and we Miracle 2 Volcanic Vision. Targeting Reforge the Soul. So we blow everyone else's creatures for 5. Sorry. Pause. So we get a little one-sided wipe action going. We draw an extra card for Monument to Endurance. Next turn, we discard this, do the Library of Lang trick, draw it, spend 2. I'm going to dump fucking Squee. I'm going to dump Garrison. Draw 3. Thank fucking Lord. Next turn. Call forth the Tempest. Same trick. Call forth the Tempest for 2. We get Scroll Rack and Tablet of Discovery. We blow everybody for 5 again. We mill a card. I don't want to do that. Next turn. Do the trick with Reforge the Soul. We're going to get all 3 modes of Monument to Endurance. So we have a treasure. We're going to discard 5. And now we have the thing we actually want to do. That is exhausting. That is exhausting, man. Okay. Sage, thank you for coming through and thank you for submitting. Discard Squee, come on. Discard Squee sucks. Squee fucking sucks in this deck. So where is... What makes it exhausting is that nothing good happened until we had Library of Lang. At no point did I feel like we were doing fun gambling. It felt like we were just... It felt like at my old job when I had to do data entry. That's what it felt like. Because none of the synergy stuff in the deck was actually like felt cool or kooky. What it felt like was, okay, I'm definitely missing. And then when I hit Library of Lang, I know for a fact what I'm hitting, and that is boring to me. We have 20 sorceries, which should be enough, but we were just like not hitting these motherfuckers. Doesn't Squee let Lorehold's Rummages go even more card positive? Yeah, but he sucks. I will not. He fucking sucks. I think it was a rather bad playtest, TBH. Okay, we'll give it another round. I will believe in you. Plains, Giver of Runes. Mountain, Pip-Boy. Mountain. Equip Pip-Boy. This is only on attack. I don't know if we can, like... I mean, I guess we can make it a 2-3. We'll make it a 2-3. Swami, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. I'm just going to say your color fix now. Who cares? I'm going to snort. That's better. All right, I play my commander on curve. Next upkeep, I will discard Victory Chimes. I will draw. Oh, well, I actually don't think I want to pick any of these because I would have tapped out for my commander. I could swing a 2-3 on turn 5 to untap 2 lands to go for it. I'll do that. I don't even care if they die. I just want to have lands to go for this dog shit. So, first upkeep. Discard this to draw. Nope. Discard this to draw. Don't want to do this because I have Monument to Endurance, which is going to hold the whole deck together. Discard this to draw. All right. Next turn. I War Room. I Monument to Endurance. Now we should be a fair bit happy. I will try Giver of Runes again, but like he's definitely dying. So Giver of Runes goes down. Right, you drew Tron. Ooh! That's my first card for turn. Ooh! That do make me happy. Oh, but... Well, okay. There's still a problem with that though, because if we do that, then we can't do Monument to Endurance, Giver of Runes, untap, because Giver of Runes can't protect itself. So if we Chandra's Ignition, we're gonna board wipe our Giver of Runes, meaning they can't attack with the Pit Boy, meaning we could do it, but we would be out of. No, we'll make one treasure off Monument to Endurance. Okay. No. We can do it. We can do it because we're gonna when we discard to this trigger, we will make a treasure for Monument to Endurance. So we'll go to our next upkeep. We don't have the mana to. Equip before attack. Okay. So this turn is we spend 3 mana on Monument to Endurance. We spend 2 mana on Chandra's Ignition. And then we spend 1 mana on Equip 2. Or we Chandra's Ignition, we move. This is the same position. This is the same fucking position we were in. We still end up with the important thing being okay, you're all banned. We end up in the exact same fucking position of 1 untapped land, and we have to use the treasure token from Monument to Endurance. This is why I don't listen to you motherfuckers when we playtest, because you say a bunch of meaningless shit that sounds more optimal in your head and makes no fucking difference on the board. You're all banned. You're all fucking banned. All right. We discard. We make the treasure we need, but we can't use it because it's a Tali Primal Storm. We discard a Tali Primal... No, he's too cool. I'm discarding this land. We are going to draw an extra card. We drew the mountain first, though. We discard Starfield Shepherd. I'll make another treasure. I keep pulling this fucking wheel, man. I keep pulling this fucking wheel, and all you've got for me is a 50% off coupon on Fiery Confluence. I'm not sold. I'm so deeply not sold. I'm infinity sold once we have Library of Lang on the field. I do not think Squee matters here. I feel like okay, here's my real position. Here's the non you were vouching. That's too bad. Get crossfired. My non-rage bait position is Squee is infinitely worse than playing Goblin Welder, or not Goblin Welder, it's Goblin Engineer. Whichever one is like, yeah. Goblin Engineer and tutoring out Monument to Endurance. Monument to Endurance is like 50,000 times better. This can also tutor out Library of Lang, and those two artifacts do 10,000 times more for the deck than Squee ever did. This instant and sorcery count gives me depression. Tempest, I'm sorry you caught a stray. This deck is actively hiking my shoulders. I don't know what the fuck Atali's doing in here. I don't know what the fuck half the stuff in the deck is doing in here. But the like... I think, and this might be the only time I say this, I think we are suffering too much from trying to not build around our commander. Because the amount we have tried to not build around our commander has made it such that we only have 26 legal hits in the entire deck. Trying to free cast spells and get value without just needing the commander. I don't think that's the right axis to play with. I think I think the axis you want to play with is for the axis you want to play with, if you want lore hold to not blow when the build around is wrong, is not, oh, I'm trying to free cast spells without needing my commander. You want to be going, I am playing an instant and sorcery heavy Boros deck. How do I make that good, even if my commander's not on board? And so, like, Mizzix's mastery and impulsivity, I think these are A+, we did the right thing. Renegade Bull, A+, we did the right thing. That was mostly the idea, but that's not what Atali does. It's not what Triple Triad does. It's not what Approach of the Second Sun does. It's not what, like, because this only works if we can free cast, and the axis we should be playing along is not praying to God we can free cast, because we cannot both free cast and fix our top deck and do all this other shit. And so I think we should just be trying to leverage me win instant and sorcery count really high. Like I agree with Monument to Endurance and Surly Badgersaur. I kind of agree with Cool But Rude. I don't think I fully agree with Cool But Rude. I definitely hate Squee. I definitely hate Inti. And I low key now Currency Converter's fine. I actually almost agree with Arcane Bombardment, which is wild to say. This should be the worst card in your deck. I'm fucking with him. I agree with most of these as card selection. I agree with the protection package. I agree with these two. So I think what I'm taking issue with is if we want to play spells like these, we should play a million spells like these. We should be playing Queen of Dale. Loker genuinely. This is like super good. This is going to make us blockers so that we can live long enough. I think what I'm going to come down on is actually Buster Sword, Wildfire Eternal, Triple Triad, and Atali. I don't like Pip-Boy. We were doing some very, very cute stuff with it. I do not think we were doing cute enough stuff to actually be happy with it. And I think at the end of the day, we have to get this instant and sorcery count up. Because every playtest we've done, we hit like 2 rotations where we just kept hitting nothing. I don't think we have to be on like 50, but I do think you have to be on like 40 instants and sorcery. Alec, man, I'm deeply shook. I'm deeply, deeply shook. Not playing Buster Sword is crazy to be. I know, and you have a flying commander. Like it's you should be playing the Buster Sword, and it's not the right, like it's the wrong angle. Like you probably take all this advice and you probably keep the Buster Sword in anyway. I'm trying to work through the thought process of what doesn't work in this deck. And what doesn't work in this deck are things that are not instants and sorceries, that are trying too hard to free cast stuff and not trying hard enough to spell sling. Like you could take it from this section as well. You could take it from combust. Gearhulk could probably go. Gearhulk should be an instant or sorcery. The main issue is that I was too responsible and did not stick to the idea of the deck, I suppose. I don't think you were I don't think you were too responsible. I think you were responsible on the wrong axis. You tried to do the responsible thing of I want the deck to work even if my commander gets removed, and you focused on the wrong part of the commander's text box to replicate in the 99. You attempted to replicate other things that could replace the miracle section and not other things that could support the heavy instant and sorcery. That's what I think happened here. We wanted things we wanted things that were going to support the same 99 as the commander, not things that were going to replicate our commander's ability in the aggregate. And I think we have tried to replicate our commander's ability in the aggregate. The discard sub-theme, I think, is also not good. I think some parts of it are good enough, like Surly, Monument to Endurance, and Currency Converter, absolutely good enough. Cool but rude. Cool but rude is really explosive, but it's not consistent. Squee is dog shit. Inti, I think, is also dog shit because half the cards in your deck you have no hope of casting. And so there's a very, very high chance that you are going to discard something, you are going to exile hit the mother load, you are not going to be able to pay for it, and then you're just fucked. Like, personally, my don't do this because my version of this deck would be more boring than yours is. It would work. I want to be clear about that, but it would be more boring where my ramp section would be 20 cards and everything else would be a fucked up instant or I might have like the protection package, but the way I would build for like, oh, what if my commander gets removed? I would just play so much ramp that I can hard cast all the big dumb spells anyway. And then I would say go. And it's like if I get my commander, I'm always hitting. And if you remove my commander, I tap out and I play Call Forth the Tempest anyway. And so I think what you did is you tried to make the commander not necessary and you just made it too complicated. That was my idea though. Then why didn't you do that? there's so much ramp we're sitting on that you could just play. Because we do Boros, we do Instant, we do... I'm about to ask for more suggestions. Because, like, and this version of the deck is going to look clunkier, but we will cast things every once in a while. What's up, brave little toaster? How you doing? So I'd say, fuck you, 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 fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And we can't have this enter untapped, but it is a land. Okay, so we have 14 slots. There is another toaster, yeah. Do OTAG, Ramp, Commander, Boros. God, Myriad Landscape would be really bad. Let's put it in to prove a point. Ancient Tomb. We have Thrawn Dynamo. Get Everflowing Chalice in here. Get Goldspan in here. Get Gilded in here. Get Hedron in here. Get Worn Power Stone in here. Now we need 5 big over-the-top fuck you cards. Myriad Landscape's already in the deck? Fuck me, dude. I'm going to cut 2 basics for those other lands I put in. Oh, Worn Power Stone's also in. I missed that. Yeah, it's double in. Okay. We have 9 slots. Go Boros, instant sorcery. What are the best ones? These are all going to be way too responsible. Greater than or equal to 5. Don't think we want farewell. Yeah, great. We only need 1 creature. Fuck yeah. We have that already. We have that already. We have that. That's tempting. I don't think it works at all, but that's very tempting. Get a little reckless. Ooh, I like Season of the Burrow. I like Apex of Power. Do we have enough for Invoke Calamity? I don't think we do. We have Volcanic Vision. We don't have a wide enough board for Surge to Victory. We're definitely not storming. Cut Apex of Power? No shot. Oh, you lose the mana as you move phases? Right, but I just cast it in... Oh, yeah, I'm not miracling this. No, 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 no. See, that's what you guys don't understand. We could try winnowing. We have a dragon, and that's all we care about. Oh, Soulfire Eruption. Yes, please. And then probably Fated Clash again. I do not think we have enough ramp in the deck, though. I think we need even more ramp than we have. Yeah, give me Archaeomancer's map. Give me... Yeesh! Throne of Eldraine would be very, very scary for us. We do have both the Paradigm spells, yeah. Sure, I'll try. I think Astral Cornucopia is the wrong choice, but I'll try it. So we've beefed the ramp section by 50%. We have upped the instant and sorcery count by only a little, but we are going to hope that by beefing the ramp section, that will do enough. I'm actually going to cut another mountain because we're on 39 lands now. I'm going to cut another mountain. We need another big, funny, crazy card. Oh, they already had Ancient Tomb. Good catch, Elikman. Thank you. Okay. This is a bad card. It is dumb and fun. This deck is already, I think, a little bit too in the weeds. We need things that are dumb, effective, and fun. Yeah. We don't have Scrap Mastery. Hold on, I just got a... Okay. God, Ultimate Magic Meteor is very funny. Well, we're going through EDH rec, and so like a lot of it's board wipes. We are gonna find better stuff, but we have to. It just means we have to dig a little bit deeper. We could do Insurrection. I'm not totally convinced by it. I love Volcanic Offering. Holy shit, do I love Volcanic Offering. This card is bad, but holy shit, do I love it. And then Fury Gale Flocking. All right. Now we have more big, fun instants and sorceries. We have way more ramp. The deck is probably going to be worse on this pass through, and we're going to have to do a little bit more work to make it good. But let's just see. I have a land. I pass. I draw a card. I Arid Archway this land back to my hand. I will drop Volcanic Offering in my graveyard as a surprise tool to help me later. I go land. I go Worn Power Stone. I go Mind Stone. And now we're fucked on pips. If we weren't fucked on pips, I think we're actually getting like close to good to go here. Because we could go Renegade Bull this turn, or we could go our Commander this turn. So in the world where we got to do our Commander this turn, we do no discards. We still have Hedron Archive, but Hedron Archive is colorless. So Hedron Archive should probably become Firemind Vessel. Since Firemind Vessel will get us to Boros. And then on our next turn, or maybe we would go Renegade Bull the turn before? If we could. I think we would go Renegade Bull the turn before. How we would have 3/4 on this much mana. On this much mana, we have 1 mana more than we need. We just don't have the pips, which I'm disregarding right now because that can be fixed after the fact without too much effort. Anyway, on this turn, we can swing Renegade Bull, free cast Volcanic Offering. It becomes a 5/5. Does all the Volcanic Offering stuff. We Nibelheim a Flame. If we had the pips, it becomes a 9/5. It blows up everything that's not ours. Pretty chill. Then we go to this turn. We don't even have to play our commander yet, nor am I convinced we want to. Surly Badgersaur. Hedron Archive. Swing Renegade Bull. Free cast Nibelheim a Flame. Becomes a 4/5. Pops everybody. We discard our hand, draw 4. Holy shit, that's not good. When we discard these non-creature, non-lands, we can fight up to 1. We probably don't have to fight anything because we've blown everything up. They also die to our Nibelheim of Flame. We go to our next turn. We get Monument to Endurance. We Cathart on our reunion. We discard 2 cards. Draw 3. We draw an extra card. We make a treasure. We have 2, 4, 5, 6. We only have 6 mana right now. That is a goddamn shame. But we have a lot of stuff in the... This was exiled. We have a lot of stuff in the graveyard, right? We have Chandra's Ignition. We have Taunt from the Ramparts. I think I would go to combat, free cast Taunt from the Rampart. And then So I'm goading everybody. I've not played my commander. I could just play my commander here. I just play my commander main phase 2 and hold up deflecting SWAT. And then next turn, call forth the Tempest, try to start killing people. That needs some work, but it does stuff. We're never not doing stuff. We board wiped like three or four times. You know, we still drew our protection pieces. The big problem is pip management. So I think at minimum for this draft, I would probably actually turn Victory Chimes into Firemine Vessel. And then Renegade Bull is a fucking hero. Oh my god. I kind of want to run Imperial Recruiter just to have a second copy of that guy. And we could maybe... This can be what Apex of Power... This can be what Apex of Power dies for. But if those adjustments don't feel good to you, don't make any of them. Those are the adjustments that make the deck feel good to me in the realm of I want a deck that I can play without needing to cast my commander, and a deck that will play roughly the same game whether or not you have killed my commander. If we get to stick our commander, and we do get to do it, we have a higher density of hits. I think we can go even higher than I made it in here. But now we have the ramp to support, like, okay, my commander's dead? Fuck it. Fuck it. Main phase 1, call forth the Tempest. Main phase 1, hit the Motherlode. Fuck you. We could try to do, like, OTAG, Treasure... I don't know if Treasure Generator is a... Oh, sure. Ramp. Let's do ramp, type, sorcery, ID, Boros. What other clever shit could we do? You could replace other ramp spells with Pirate's Pillage and just kind of hope that... Or the ramp artifacts with Pirate's Pillage so that more stuff is instants and sorceries, and hope that, like, okay, the treasures are going to get me to hit the Motherlode, or get me to Brass's Bounty, or get me to, like... Like, you would cut rocks that are in the middle. You would cut, like, Hedron Archive. You would cut, maybe, like, Bender's Water Skin. And you would be like, I'm going to hope Pirate's Pillage gets me to Thrawn Dynamo. And then Thrawn Dynamo carries me the rest of the game. I wouldn't do Seize the Spotlight. You could do Glimpse the Impossible. That would be pretty good. Sorceress's schemes would be crazy. Excavation Technique would also be crazy. Visions of Ruin ain't too bad. You know what? True, Visions of Ruin would not be too bad. This would be flashbacked down to 4? No, 5. Because you would flashback to 3 colorless. Yeah, so 4 mana, 5 mana, make some treasures. You could do this too. So these are the adjustments I would make, and then I think you just have such a better time. Because then you still have stuff you can do if your commander's getting removed. And that stuff is not as fiddly. It's way more linear. And so if you don't like that it's linear, then just, hey, disregard everything I'm saying. But if we want it to function as a linear deck, or not as a linear deck, but if we want the shit to just work, then I think this is how we get to just working. I'm going to Signet here. I'm going to get Plains, Worn Power Stone. Like here, fucking chill as. I'll keep Mindstone on top. I'll play Lorehold. So we don't get to do the crazy thing this turn, but we have our commander out ahead of schedule. And notably, if they remove our commander, which is like probably going to happen. Go to our next turn. Bam. I'll be honest, I think we were given the same instructions for the deck and just ended up with differences due to opinion for the most part. Right, but the roast option is you pay me to give my opinion. The stream title could be "You have differences of opinion with Maldhound." Differences of opinion is my entire brand. All right, I like the deck. I think it could probably work. I don't think the version you sent in works, but I think the version I made works. Get opinionated on. That's going to be the end for the day. We've been going 4 hours. We're not going to do a raffle today because we already had 6 people today. We're going to be live again tomorrow for the birthday stream. What will it be? I have no goddamn idea, but thank you all for being here. Thank you to our roasties for being patient. We're going to pull up the Bald Kai, and we are going to raid into Decked Out because they are still doing their subathon. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Please remember to be kind. Under no circumstances should you be rewinding videotapes. And please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's just gonna be it today. But I will see you tomorrow.